Okay, there goes the... I think we are live here. I think I just got a notification. It looks like we're good. So, hello, everybody. I hope you're doing good. I'll turn my mic up. It looks like my mic volume is way down here, so I'll turn the volume up. I must have done that last night or something. I must have been screaming. My phone, I just put my phone right here. I just want to see if those notifications went out. Okay, come on. There we go. Notifications. Okay, great. Yes. I see 3 of them.
Chili Dog.
Hey, Chili Dog.
Hey, Nick.
And let me know if you guys got a notification for the main YouTube channel, too. If you're showing up on my big channel with 25,000 subscribers, let me know.
Josh G. Morning.
Good morning, Josh. Rachel Maddow says Ron DeSantis is the real danger to the United States in Trump saga.
Cinder Nex. Good morning and cheers, Nick.
Cinder, welcome back to the show.
With more reaction to word of that indictment, we're joined live by Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. First of all, Congresswoman Dingell, thank you.
Okay, just checking that out. Here's the Rachel Maddow.
There is word from...
Now look, everyone that watches this show knows how I feel about Rachel Maddow, okay? I can't stand her. As a human being, I think she's a horrible person. She's a liar.
Rocks one.
And she's a
SMS.
capitalist.
Good morning.
She's a
Nick.
neocon, and she cheers on the war, and she hates Russians. So she's a discriminatory piece of human garbage. Understand that. That's the first thing I'm going to say. But she might be saying something here that I might actually agree with. You know, and when that happens, just to prove a point here on my show, for many of you, I will do oftentimes, I will say, look, I might disagree with this person, but it's important that we listen to people we disagree with, because sometimes we might hear something they say that we do agree with, and those times are important. So,
Joel Froggy.
Rox, hello. Joel,
Hello.
Let's see if we can bring this up here.
Mr. FUCR.
Hey, fucker.
Hey, Fukers.
What's up, buddy? Freedom Union Cannabis Revolution, fucker? Is that it? Freedom Union Cannabis Revolution? Hey. Let's see here.
Trendy Nick.
Hey, Nick.
Good morning.
Hey, I saw you on Twitter.
Mr.
Thank you for the
FUCR.
help over there.
Yep.
Freedom Union Cannabis Revolution? You know Rob Mulligan? Who are you? Do I know you personally? I can't see who you are in that picture. I don't recognize your face, but it's really small. It's hard for me to see.
Mr. FUCR. Imama Jude from NNY.
Oh, are you? But Freedom Union Cannabis Revolution, that's something you're not familiar with, or it is? I don't think...
Mr. FUCR.
Used to hang out with me?
I used to hang with you many moons ago.
On the show, right? Not in person. I don't know what NNY is.
Cinder Nex. Mr. FUCR, what's up, man? I saw from last HT you hang here too.
Anyhow,
Mr. FUCR. Iden the show. Mr. FUCR.
Northern New York. Oh.
Northern New York.
Okay.
Thunder Diesel. SPLASHHHHHH.
Splish. Splish. What's up, Scoob? All right, so here we have Rachel Maddow in a perfect still frame of Rachel Maddow. That is perfect right there. That's at the 1 second mark. Anyway, what I always tell you on here is, even people I can't stand and I disagree with and whatever.
Top of the morning to Nate and all the trendies out there.
Rachel Maddow, hey Sean, Rachel Maddow is at the top of that list of people I can't fucking stand. But she might say something here that me and maybe you
Mr. FUCR.
will agree with.
Me no like her.
So learn to listen to people that you might not like because they might say something you agree with, and when they do, at that point is when we can come together with people, right? So, because I'm sure there's a lot of Maddowites out there, let's just see what she has to say.
I remember the day you started saying that in Trendy Dabbershat.
Right?
One of Trump's lawyers, that President Trump is expected to be arraigned. That means he's expected to be, that we expect him to turn himself in to be booked on these charges on Tuesday next week. But who knows? Because that gets us to the one actually completely off the rails thing that has happened today. The one break the rules, break the system
Mr. FUCR.
thing.
Yes, Trendy Dabber, now I remember.
Now you remember that I'm trendy as dabbers?
That has happened today since this indictment was first reported by the New York Times. And it relates to the fuzziness of that specific part of the plan. The way it logistically works for a person to be indicted on felony charges. Specifically the question of Trump turning himself in
Thunder
to face
Diesel.
arraignment.
Ha 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 ha.
Does she intentionally talk slowly because she's talking to 70-year-olds, so I'm going to speed her up.
There is one thing that has happened today, not the indictment itself. The thing that has happened today that does potentially pose a threat to us as a country is something that somebody completely outside this story, completely outside this criminal process, completely outside this news, decided to do in response to it. And that is something that happened within 5 minutes of Trump's lawyer first putting out the first statement to reporters that Trump would turn himself in for arraignment early next week. We got one Trump lawyer telling reporters early next week Trump will turn himself in. Within 5 minutes of that first statement from Trump's lawyer, a Republican politician named Ron DeSantis, who is the governor of Florida, made this statement online, saying Florida will not assist in an extradition request, given the questionable circumstances at issue with this Soros-backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda. And that's some of the verbiage in this statement from Ron DeSantis that echoes word for word.
Haha, Rachel Meth Head lost.
Rachel Meth Head.
Do you think it's okay for Big Pharma to advertise?
What just happened? That is so weird. What just happened to our video that we were just watching? That was so weird.
Donald Trump said in response to his own indictment today. He's echoing Trump's language exactly, which is fine. Criticizing the legal process, criticizing the indictment, criticizing your perceived political enemies, calling for your supporters to blah, blah, blah. Okay, got it. Saying that the legal process for extraditing somebody from one state to another is something that will not be followed.
She's making an excellent point here. The point that she's making is that Ron DeSantis is a fascist and that he won't go along with laws and regulations and rules that he agreed to when he became the governor of Florida. Part of his governorship is upholding the laws and regulations of the state and of the federal government. So he's literally breaking that pledge that he made as governor when he held his hand up, put his hand on a Bible, however he did it. He fucking looked at us and he fucking lied. He never intended to follow the laws. He's a fucking fascist. And guess what? Rachel Maddow and I finally agree on something. You could agree with us too. You could agree with Rachel Maddow and me too. Pretty cool, huh? You never thought you were ever going to agree with this dumb bitch on anything, did you? Well, here we are, all of us in agreement that Ron DeSantis is a fucking fascist.
The Florida governor, Trump, decides that he's not going to turn himself in, that he's going to stay in Florida and come and get me. Florida's not going to allow that process to go forward.
Oh boy. This will not bode well for Santa.
Right? Okay, I think I know how that video came up now from all
I can see USA being in a full-out civil war within our lifetime. Chili dog.
I hope not.
Ron DeSantis.
Civil war won't be necessary if we all come together and agree. That's the point of this, Cinder. That's the whole point of me showing that there's people that you might consider to be on another side politically from you that you agree with. So why the fuck would you have a civil war if you agree with everybody? Don't you understand where I'm going with this, Cinder? That comment you made didn't even make sense. I'm sorry, I hit play, nothing happened.
Because it's a former president, because it's Donald Trump. Well, that could break us. I mean, indicting a president, indicting a politician is a normal thing in this country. Trying to say the legal system no longer applies in this country if you try...
Overthrow the control you heard.
Oh shit, I did it again.
Do you think it's okay for...
God, that's a pain in the ass! Oh my god! View it on YouTube, dude.
You try to apply it to our political guy. That is something that can break the rule of law in this country. That is something, I mean, if anything is the first proverbial shot at Fort Sumter today, that shot was fired not by Donald Trump.
By Ron DeSantis.
But by Ron DeSantis.
She's right. She's right. And I'm agreeing with her. And all of you that can't stand Rachel Maddow, you're going to have to say, wow, she's right about Ron DeSantis. He is a fascist, and he's not even making any sense just to get people that support Donald Trump on his side. He's not even making sense. Hopefully, you guys were able to track along with that. That's it. That's all. Rachel Maddow's right. I agree with her, and I never agree with Rachel Maddow. I don't like her. In fact, I go as far as to say I fucking hate Rachel Maddow. I do. I fucking hate her. At the same time, I agree with her on this one point. She makes a great point. I totally agree. He is a fascist. And if you follow me on Twitter, which most of you choose not to do, but if you do go on Twitter in the morning and you go look at my tweets, you're going to see a whole bunch of stuff about Ron DeSantis that I put up.
Anybody can be right once in a lifetime, LOL.
Right, Mr. Fucker, right? That's funny. She got one thing right, man. I gotta give her credit when she gets it right. I'll even give Ron DeSantis credit when he gets one thing right. Or Donald Trump. Or Joe Biden. Anybody. I give anybody credit when they get something right. And if you don't do that, you're the problem.
I got rid of Twitter when Elon bought it.
And you're just denying truth, you know? You're denying facts. You are fascism when you do that shit.
Mr. FUCR.
So don't be fascist.
Bong rip to that.
Hell yeah, well, I'm doing a dab.
Mr. FUCR.
Definitely.
Cheers.
I got one loaded up and ready to go.
Josh G. Weird because he almost shot himself in the foot doing that. Trying to win the Trumpers in hopes of their S, but they'll still Trump, LOL. Edwin Sparks 420. Cheers, good morning.
Cheers, guys. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's a very good morning for all of you, I'm sure, now that you're remembering, oh, it's Thursday. It's Thursday in the garden. I love Thursdays in the garden with Nay.
Cinder next. Refusing to support Elon is not supporting fascism.
Cinder right on. Exactly. All right, no law regarding cannabis. Cheers, everybody, and thank you all for taking time out of your mornings to come in here and hang out. I hope you guys are having fun. A little bit of time or a lot of time that you can spend. Thank you.
Thunder Diesel. Ha 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 ha. Thunder Diesel. Amen. Cinder next.
Sorry, Beazle. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were there. Rogan was right in front of the fan. I turned it on. I didn't realize.
Thunder Diesel. That vacuum looks straight out of the 90s, LOL.
Does it?
Mr. FUCR.
Oh, yeah, it kind of does.
What you got, Owen Nay?
Yeah, it looks a little retro. You're right, bro. I never noticed that. What do I got going? We're talking about fascism in Florida. Fascism in Florida. It's what we discuss every day. My mother looked at the paper and cried this morning. And so did I this morning. We should all be in mourning about what we're witnessing.
Kevin Monaco.
In the newspapers
Let's get that.
of Florida.
Kevin Monaco.
Today.
Bonups for Trump.
Growing? No.
Mr. FUCR.
Knowing,
Owen.
but not growing. No, I'm growing bananas and avocados. I am growing, actually. But not cannabis right now. Hey, Kepper, we did just get high, bro. Catch up. Better play some catch up, son.
Kevin Monaco.
Weird looking vacuum, you're right.
You're not Nick Diaz Form 209 LOL.
Nick Diaz, man.
Mr. FUCR. 315 in the house. The Ballantine collection.
Hey, Billy.
Morning, hey, older vacuums and sewing machines are preferred. They have no environmental restrictions, so they are more powerful.
My mom's leaving like she always
Kevin
does.
Monaco. Unreal.
My mom's leaving like she always does at this time when the girls are here cleaning. So this is when I walk around the house and I instruct all the women that they must now clean the home completely naked.
Mr. FUCR. Cheers all, must go garden tend, water and feed day, hope y'all doing well. Kevin Monaco. Cheers ya. Trendy Nick.
Let's watch a little bit about, look,
Mr. FUCR.
what we were talking about yesterday
Yep, on board.
was how, okay, what we've talked about for the last few months on here is fascism taking over in Florida, right? And then what I told you guys was, yeah, they're going after trans people, but they're going to go after everybody. And then last night's show, you may have missed, but we'll recap. I said, hey, guess what? They're going after you guys now, too. They're going after everybody. And you may have been like, how's that? Well, it's voting law, you see. It's voting law. Critics' bill could suppress certain voters. So by going after your votes, they go after your voices. By going after your voices, they shut you up and they control you. This is how fascism seeps in. One of the many ways, one of the crevices it crawls in through is by controlling your vote and your voice. Right? So what?
Kevin Monaco. If been running 4 news feeds.
Yeah, Kepper, we're talking about something now. Just so you know, buddy. We're talking about something now. So this would be the time when you would stop talking about yourself like a narcissist and you would start listening to what I'm saying. So we've been talking about fascism, and we're noticing, that it's coming from all these different directions. And one of the things that you can always say was that I sat here and I warned you all that this was happening. So you'll always be able to go, man, that Nay guy, he was right about that. He was right about that. He warned us fascism was coming. And then I told you, first it's going to go after the trans people. They've gone after African Americans. They've gone after Jews here in Florida. They were going after women, all women, six-week abortion now, right? And now, there's another state, I believe it's Iowa or Idaho, one of those states somewhere, is now passed a law that if you are helping someone get an abortion in another state, you could do 2 to 5 years in prison just for, assisting a woman, maybe giving her a ride. Maybe you're a trucker going through the state and there's a woman hitchhiking and she needs an abortion, and you pick her up and you give her a ride to the abortion clinic. Well, then you could go to jail for 2 to 5 years, trucker, for picking up a hitchhiker. Welcome to America. Welcome to America, where you could go to prison for 2 to 5 years for picking up a hitchhiker who was a woman who needed an abortion. But I digress, because we're not even talking about women. That's just another marginalized group that you're not really that concerned about right now. You're not even thinking about women right now. Well, let me tell you who they're going after next. Bill could suppress certain voters. Who do you think those certain voters might be? How would they do that? What's certain voters? It's people that might not have a driver's license or an ID. And maybe you don't have one because maybe you had to fucking put food on your table for the last few years and you couldn't afford to go get one renewed for whatever fucking reason. So you just didn't go because you needed to eat. Well, guess what? I told you to get out in the streets and protest what they're doing to trans people because they're coming for you next. Now, those of you that are wealthy, that might not be you. But for those of you who might not be wealthy, it's you. Now they're coming after you. And you might be thinking, well, I don't vote anyway. Well, you can make as many fucking excuses as you want to try to weasel your way out of being supportive of the trans community right now. But what I'm telling you, all of you, is right now is the time to be supportive of the trans community. No matter what Budweiser's doing to try to fucking shove it down your throats, no matter what anybody else is doing to try to shove it down your throats, you have to forget those people. They're not helping anybody. And you just have to be a human being, and you just have to support other human beings. We're going to talk about this every day on this show until this fucking changes, until the day I die, whichever comes first. I don't care. But this is all we're going to talk about now. And it needs to be talked about everywhere. And you guys need to take this shit seriously. If you're worried about, I don't know, your next fucking skateboard deck that you need to purchase, I implore you. If you're looking at, I got to get this guitar, or I'm looking at, a new car, or I'm going to be, I got this going on with my children, and blah, 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 and you're ignoring all of this, I'm telling you, it's coming for you. You might as well get out in the streets now. So if it's viable, and if you can do it, join the masses, I'm telling you. You don't have to be trans to go out and support trans people. And it's, now people better get out in the street and support people that don't have a lot of money. People need to support people that don't have a lot of money. Maybe you don't have a job. Maybe you don't have a lot of money. Well, maybe you don't have a fucking ID. Well, guess what? If you don't have an ID and you don't have a fucking driver's license, you don't vote. And they're not going to mail you ballots anymore, and there's not going to be drop-off. None of that shit. They're going to take all of that away. And it's just another Another tentacle of the monster that's fascism wrapping around your throats. So let's see what Cody Johnston has to say. Johnston, is that a T? That's weird. Johnston. Okay, Cody Johnston. Listen to what he has to say about wealthy people. All right? And understand that you might not be one of them. And maybe you are one of them. Either way, pay attention to this. Where's the sound? Oh yeah, I had to mute everything because fucking Kepper was Keppering off. Oh, Kepper. Why are you Keppering, Kepper? Be Keppering off. Be Keppering all day.
Greetings, jerks. Boy, oh boy, don't you all look eager today with your gaping mouths all tonguing the air,
Kevin
desperate
Monaco.
for a few drops of my news? Well, get ready,
Interest or list on your
schmucks,
notes.
because here's some news. I
Kevin
am
Monaco.
really sorry
Spend some
about coming
others.
in so hot just now.
This
Just
is
to
my
level
news.
with you. I recently came into a
This is a part of my news, bro. I do news off of other people's newscasts. It's what I've always done.
bunch of money, and I guess I'm just feeling a tad bit cocky, you know? It's kind of wild how just a little bit of wealth does that. Like, I spat on my neighbor's cat this morning. Don't worry, the cat loved it, but this got me thinking. Hey now, have you ever noticed that rich people seem to be a little off? And no, I'm not just talking about
Kevin
this guy.
Monaco.
I mean, I'm kind of
You
talking
shall
about that guy,
fact
but not
Monaco
just that
Well,
guy. Because
Kevin
the Duke
Monaco.
of...
Sentido.
This is Cody Johnston, bro, and he's got a whole team of fact checkers working with him that help him write all this material. There's a whole bunch of people behind this. So, pay attention.
Interesting looking into it isn't the only rich person
Talking
who has
about
taken
wealthy
the word
people.
eccentric to an extremely unsettling
The
level.
Valentine
And not
collection.
just
Hey,
one
Billy.
or
Yes, help the poor like me. I've gone broke and need 4K for new business licenses and overhead. PayPal.me/Valentine collection. Thanks in advance.
Everyone should have one of those. That's excellent, Billy. There's Billy's PayPal.me/Valentine collection. Everybody send Billy Valentine money now.
two of
Kevin
them,
Monaco.
but most rich people,
What up,
regardless
Billy?
of their political views or occupation. Everything from Peter Thiel wanting to build his own floating libertarian island to Gwyneth Paltrow justifying the sale of psychic vampire repellent. Nearly every time a rich person shares their daily schedule or personal diet, it reads like an alien terrorist's manifesto. There are entire industries like pet cloning that exist because of weird rich people. Or just look at any auction where something like John Lennon's tooth or a banana taped to a wall sells for way more money than it's worth. Or heck, just look at everything Nicolas Cage has purchased. Sometimes people like to credit their behavior to being geniuses, but I think most of us realize that's not the case. Because it doesn't matter who the rich person is, they inevitably say or do something super messed up. And they've been doing it since
Happy
forever.
420, everybody.
It's said that Henry Ford ate literal grass sandwiches.
Rocks one
It's a
SMS.
terrible horror movie based on the time of rich
I'm living in my minivan. Things are terrible out here.
I'm sorry, Rox. That's terrible.
widow built a funhouse to hide from ghosts. Just look up any history on old nobility. You'll crack open a piñata of brain spiders. And of course, this is why we have the extremely old trope of the bizarre, often evil rich person. Charles Foster Kane, Mr. Fishoder, any Bond villain, Scrooge, or Scrooge's Animorph duck form.
Kevin
that fucking
Monaco.
dragon literally sitting on gold in The
Bonnet.
Hobbit. Christian Grey, Mr.
Kevin Monaco.
Burns, of course. And don't you
Hope a
sit
dark
there
gets
and tell
bigger.
me that Bruce Wayne isn't a messed up guy. But none of that would really matter, except these same people also hold a huge amount of political
just
power
cleaned
because
up my
they're not
whole
the
desk
fictional
area so
characters,
bad.
they're real people. They influence the politicians that make our laws. They own the companies we work for and control the industries we need to provide us with essential living standards. And so, as a newly rich person myself, I think this concerns me even more. What can I do to avoid becoming a villain? Spit on fewer cats. Spit on the same number of cats, but less. Bah! Not gonna happen. Sorry. Anyway, today we ask an important question to which you already know the answer. Are rich people okay? Seriously now, are they? If only they were just playful eccentrics, a well-dressed, foppish monocle wearer, perhaps an anthropomorphic legume. But there's a lot of evidence out there that the wealthier you get, the less likely you are to find common ground with your fellow human beings, which could suggest that maybe they shouldn't have any power over their fellow human beings. To put it simply, rich people can be real fucked up, gnarled dicks. They tend to be worse tippers, though they self-report being better tippers. They gave less of their money to charitable causes during the Great Recession than others. They have a tendency to assume they can skirt around the law or get away with not paying people for services. The greater the income inequality where they live, the less likely they are to be generous and giving.
Man.
I could go on. So I will. One study found that drivers of more expensive cars were less likely than others to stop for pedestrians at crosswalks, and were generally just more reckless as drivers. And here's a story. They were more likely than non-rich people to take candy that they were specifically told would otherwise go to children.
Bro,
yes, literally, Mr. Burns.
I've challenged people before on the road that wanted to speed on the interstate or whatever, and this was a long time ago, but I remember having the thought in my head, I'm like, I can afford this ticket, I hope you can, and just going crazy fast and watching them slow down and say like, yeah, dude, I can't afford a ticket like you're fucking going crazy. And just thinking, yeah, well, if I get a ticket, I can afford it. That's fucking privilege. And that's what he's talking about. And that's not good.
He said, drop it.
You know,
those are just studies, mind.
In other countries, they've got penalties based on how much money you make. So if you make more money, your speeding tickets and shit cost way more. They fight privilege. It's interesting. What do you guys think about that?
You science trash. Who needs it? Patooey! Take that, you cat! But there are loads of examples of rich people proving them right. For example, paying hefty sums in bribes to make sure their children can get accepted to elite universities.
The amount of money you need to make each month to be rich depends on which metric you're using. If you're going by the IRS standard, then you'd need to make approximately $45,000 a month to be rich.
Cheers, guys.
Kevin Monaco.
Thanks, you guys, for taking time out.
Money is power. Kevin Monaco. Thebra by Stu.
Or as fake athletic recruits. That's right, when you're lost out there and you're all alone, a light is waiting to give a $500,000 bribe from your semi-famous mom. The ringleader of that scheme said he helped 750 wealthy families get their kids into college, mostly for kids that wouldn't have been accepted otherwise, and some of whom didn't want to go at all. There's another discussion to be had about the actual value of attending elite universities, but those are 750 plus spots that could have gone to students who actually worked for that opportunity, or don't have that opportunity, or at the very least, wanted to go. And not only does it dissolve any notion that our society is a meritocracy, but it shows that wealthy people truly think they deserve things because they are wealthy. And
what's a fucking meritocracy? Is that noise outside? government or the holding of power by people selected on the basis of their ability. I guess, yeah, in a perfect world, it sounds great. A ruling or influential class of educated or skilled people.
Drugs Bunny.
Skilled people.
Good morning, Mr. Nate and chat. Kevin Monaco.
So we're not a meritocracy.
If I think the retarded shall my your bum.
Dude, fix your fucking spacebar.
And don't care about how their actions impact others. You might recall that news story where a rich teenager drove drunk and killed 4 people before his lawyers said he had affluenza,
Rocks
which is
SNX.
apparently a psychological
In
condition.
Florida, I make $50 per year, too much to qualify for housing assistance. That's $2.10 per month that keeps me from getting a roof over my head. I'm California, I'm way under the limit and fine.
From being raised in wealth and privilege, that term was dismissed as pseudoscientific and having no basis in psychology. But as it turns out, science does have a lot to say about how being wealthy alters the way you think. Or, as this news scientist will editorialize, fucks up your brain. There are statistics showing that rich kids are more likely to experience substance abuse, and just as likely as poor kids to commit crimes. As adults, they will also drink much more often and recklessly than most. But what's unique is that the crimes they commit are wildly different. While poorer kids in the inner city tend to get busted for things like carrying weapons, often for self-defense reasons, rich kids mainly get in
Valentine
trouble for
collection.
stealing from their peers and parents.
Kepler, you can
Not
use the
stealing.
digital keyboard if you're a real spacebar croak.
Rich kids steal.
Unless
That's
you're on a
fucked up, right?
Blackberry.
Rich kids steal. That's what they're
Saying that poor people can't also steal from their parents, and if you're poor and watching, you have my permission. But the differences are interesting in that rich people seem to commit crimes that they either think they'll get away with or just don't care if they do. Often it shows a disrespect for their immediate surroundings, stealing from the people directly around them, or, of course, massive tax evasion, or the fact that rich people are more likely to say they drive over the speed limit. After all, what do they care if the penalty is a fine? That's probably why there's at least one study showing that rich people actually tend to shoplift more than non-rich folk.
Hey, Harmony's
There's often
going
an
up.
inherent disregard for others on a massive scale. For example, the endless stories of wealthy homeowners who
2104.
tried to illegally block access to public beaches near their homes. You know, because those
Hey,
public
Rose,
beaches
come on back
are theirs
here, buddy.
now, I guess.
Hey.
No looky-loos!
The owner of this home on Pacific Coast Highway has been fined $4.2 million for intentionally blocking access to the beach.
And that was a compounded penalty over many years of not complying.
The public on a public beach? Yuckies! Patooey! I wish everything was a cat that I could spit on. And while the
A
homeowners
cat that
may
I could
have
spit
legitimate
on.
gripes about litter or noise, it's the goddamn
He's a
motherfucking
dirty
beach.
little cat spitter.
You decided to buy a house there, my fellow rich person. You can't build yourself a house next to Central Park and then get upset when you go outside and see old men playing chess, even if it's Magneto. California's earliest state laws said the area between the water line and the mean high tide line is public. So you can't block access to it or keep it all to yourself, even if you own the area surrounding it. Voters enshrined that into the state constitution in 1972, but that hasn't stopped people from putting up phony no trespassing signs or even hiring private security guards to try and kick people out.
Whoa.
Here's a story about one rich dip who bought 89 acres of land near San Francisco for $30 million and then locked the public access gate to the local beach. He even posted security guards and signs that read, "Beach closed. Keep out." And the fight over that beach has continued for more than a decade, leading the State Coastal Commission to sue in 2020. They're demanding that the rich dip either apply for a permit to change access to that beach or open that road and charge no more than $2 for parking. But the wild part, he doesn't even give a shit. He said he regrets buying the property and hasn't spent a single night there, and that he's only waging a decades-long legal battle on principle, since he doesn't want to be forced to run an unprofitable parking business. He doesn't even want to win. In 2018, he told the New York Times, quote, "If I were to ever win in the Supreme Court, I'd be depressed about it. I support the Coastal Act. I don't want to weaken it by winning, but property rights are even more important." So, just to recap, this rich dip purchased a bunch of land around a public beach, closed the road access to that beach, doesn't use the property he bought, and is acting really put upon by all the people telling him he can't just close a public beach, but also thinks it would be bad if he won his battle to close down the public beach. And I don't know, but I think maybe it's a therapist you need instead of a lawyer. But I can't stress enough how not a fluke this one story is. If you combined all the public land in America that's currently inaccessible because it's surrounded by private property, it would be the size of Vermont, New Hampshire, and Connecticut put together. At 15 million acres, that would make it the largest national park in the country. We'd call it Grand Prick National Park, or Dildo Stone, Dildosimity, whatever you want to call it like that. The wealthy are buying up huge chunks of America to keep the public out and further isolate themselves. And the more resources they have, the more they tend to take. Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison, who's worth more than $100 billion, bought the 6th largest Hawaiian island, and then immediately started making life for the island's 3,000 inhabitants absolutely miserable. He now gives most small businesses only 30-day commercial leases, and forced many generations-long locals to leave after cutting off their revenue streams. Essentially, if you still live there, Ellison is likely both your boss and your landlord. Something to look forward to for all you Texas residents and Tesla employees. And that's kind of on par for the ultra-rich, to use a golf metaphor they'll understand. To quote Brooke Harrington, a sociologist who studied for years as a wealth manager, "The lives of the richest people in the world are so different from those of the rest of us, it's almost literally unimaginable. National borders are nothing to them. They might as well not exist. The laws are nothing to them. They might as well not exist." One wealth manager told her that the ultra-rich believe that they are descended from the pharaohs and that they were destined to inherit the earth.
God, man.
I mean, pharaohs were also pieces of shit, so that actually might check out. And of course, none of what you're hearing is surprising. Again, behavior like this is why we have all those rich people stereotypes.
Look.
I may be a rich guy now, but
I know what people say about socialism and all, communism and everything. I get it. What we try to do with our capitalist democracy here, and we adapt parts of socialism into our democracy. We need to do a little bit more. You know.
The freaking Oracle.
We need to
morning driving.
We need to throttle
the Valentine collection.
Throttle the capitalism with taxes.
People try that all the time in Sarasota. They buy the beach houses and the property line goes to low tide, so they try and put up a fence, so they made a law saying you can't build on sand.
Hey freaking Oracle, what's up, buddy? I think, you would just need to impose more regulation on the wealthy.
I still remember what it meant to be poor, and to know that the wealthy are a leech on our society. And yet, quite ironically, we've also designed this system to give them the most power, and therefore allowed them to get away with the most crimes. Huge systemic crimes. Crimes we haven't even talked about, like how companies can just steal from their employees and get away with it. In 2017, and in just California, wage theft totaled to over $320 million. Nationally, that number is $8 billion. Compare that to shoplifting or robbery losses, and you have to wonder why the nightly news is not constantly covering the massive epidemic of rich bosses stealing from their employees. But again, we know this. So the question really isn't, are rich people okay? but actually, why are rich people not okay? And when we come back, we're going to look into that answer. I need to know, like, really bad. After all, I'm rich now. See? Trust your eyes, folks. That is an actual Beanie Baby. Last time I saw one of these, everyone was scrambling for them because they'd be worth millions in the future. And they said that in the past, making now the future. And would the past lie? I think not. Found this one in some idiot stroller, just sitting there between two fleshy arm-like things. Like, I know I say that money is fake all the time, which is why I don't really pay attention to how much things cost or my own finances, but this has to be, like, worth a lot. Someone needs to make a movie about this find. My life is going to change starting now. Well, at least until after this ad break. Ad breaks. Why do I even need them? I'm rich! Hello, sweet consumers. I'm Cody, and I want to tell you about AG1 by Athletic Greens. Anyway, money. It's a gas. In that it makes people explode. After all, if you recall from before the ads, it's very clear that having money doesn't make you a model citizen. And it's not hard to speculate why. People with lots of money exert more political control, own more stuff, and generally have an easier time going about their day, giving them more material and institutional power than those who don't. And that power dynamic is what seems to melt the rich person brain like a Kraft single in a microwave, a simile that a rich person would not understand. For starters, one 2009 study found that people with a lot of wealth and power tend to think they have more personal control over life outcomes than they really do, even when the outcome is completely random. The researchers asked a variety of people to predict a dice roll, but found that people in high power positions uniformly wanted to roll the dice themselves instead of letting someone else do it for them. People in neutral or low power positions were more likely to be okay letting someone else roll the dice, because it's a dice roll, and unless you're Danny Ocean, you can't influence what happens. Essentially, being rich and powerful leads you to overestimate your own abilities, even in things that are 100% based on luck or random chance. Since these people credit themselves with high performance, it's only natural that they think that their own special touch is going to be more valuable than that of others. It's why they deny other people's lived experiences that conflict with their own viewpoints. After all, they have all the money, so they must be right. Another study from 2019 confirmed this result. People from higher social classes were more likely to express overconfidence in their performance in a series of basic cognitive tests, even though they performed at about the same level as everyone else. But what's really wild, and kind of explains a lot about certain
they're better than others.
Let's call them
I'm better than you.
Suck-ups to
what can I say? I'm better than you.
Is that independent observers in that study also rated those people as more competent than others, despite knowing that they didn't perform any better in the tests. Their overconfidence was seen as evidence of competence to the observers, and so, as the researchers speculated, this attitude might be partially why the rich tend to stay that way. In other words, this money disease also affects people without money.
You're just a freaking
who see
Yoda
rich
today,
people as
Gepper.
somehow more deserving of their status. Way to victim blame peer-reviewed study by the American Psychological Association. At any rate, it's this overconfidence and disregard for the help of others that leads to narcissistic and antisocial behavior.
In one of the games, we actually rigged a computer so that die rolls over a certain score were impossible. You couldn't get above 12 in this game. And yet, the richer you were, the more likely you were to cheat in this game to earn credits toward a $50 cash prize. Sometimes by 3 to 4 times as much.
Wow, a TED Talk? How quaint. That's Paul Piff, cool name haver, and a psychological science researcher who's behind a few of the studies we're talking about in this episode. Mr. PP has highlighted some of the negative tendencies of the wealthy in his research. Specifically, that people with lots of money and high social status are more likely to cheat, exhibit unethical behavior in business, and lie in negotiations. They have a great ability to morally justify those unethical decisions in their own minds. Piff argues that wealthy people simply have fewer constraints that would hinder their ability to act this way, and that their isolation from others makes it so they don't have to think about the consequences of their actions. They've literally been able to buy their way out of having to worry about what other people think. In one experiment where Piff gave individuals $10 and asked them how much they'd like to share with a total stranger, poor people gave an average of 44% more than the affluent. When those poor people picture a stranger, they're probably thinking about someone like them, also known as someone who could also use the money. But when rich people picture a stranger, they aren't thinking about a gross poor person at all. They're much more likely picturing one of their peers, some fucking rich person, possibly wearing a top hat and orgy mask. And that perverted freak certainly doesn't need that $10. And this ungenerous behavior is a big symptom of social isolation. Further research bears this out. A 2016 study found that wealthier people literally look at other people less often while walking down the street, and perhaps as a result, have a harder time identifying changes in facial expressions in photos.
Honesty?
Wow. The researchers say that the faces of others hold less motivational relevance among the wealthy, which is a nice academic way of saying that you don't fucking matter to them because they don't value you. It's almost as if, in their eyes, the rest of us are, what could the term be? What do they see us as? What would it be? It would be non-playable characters in a video game. That seems like the kind of view a person who perhaps shouldn't be in charge of a social media company would have. Oh, also, speaking of divorced guys obsessed with Twitter, rich people are fucking miserable. I know it's hard to care much, but it's important to note that despite being overconfident narcissists who, again, literally steal candy from babies, they aren't actually happy at all. The old adage that money can't buy you happiness is, let's say, a little true, because if you're poor and don't have your basic needs met, money will absolutely buy happiness. But after a certain point, that money does stop helping. One study from Purdue University estimated this level to be around $95,000 a year. But above that, more money tends to equal less life satisfaction. I'm honestly not sure how accurate that is or if there's a quantifiable number here. But you get the general idea.
What year that was?
It's not really that money buys happiness. It's that money removes stressors of survival that cause unhappiness. There is a point for everyone where the money to happy ratio levels out. It's of course hard to imagine because the people often pointing this out are, rich.
I thought that success was all I needed. That's what was going to bring the happiness. Buying my mom a house, when those things came,
Kevin Monaco.
The happiness wasn't there.
Humble.
Thank you, fellow rich person J. Cole. Achieving a high level of wealth or status does a couple of things to the human brain that cause less happiness. That social isolation we mentioned earlier doesn't just lead to a lack of compassion and empathy for others, but it also isolates them from their own community. Rich people overall spend less time socializing than lower income people, but when they do, they have to hang out with other rich people, which sounds honestly terrible. Like, imagine having to play Codenames with this guy. And just like you and your friends competing over who's better at video games or who can fit the most bottle caps in their mouth, this creates a feedback loop of rich people only comparing themselves to other rich people. It's why some of these depressing assholes have spent the last few decades competing to own the biggest yacht. Or, one imagines, trying to see who can fit the most golden bottle caps in their mouths. It's Warren Buffett, obviously. No better example is the recent article in The Cut about the Fleischman effect, named after the classic DC Comics character Fleischman. The Fleshman. It details the struggle of America's moderately affluent who don't feel quite rich enough. Quote, "Since leaving New York, Beth has found herself in tears at least once a week. She makes $300,000 a year, more than she's ever earned in her life, but she's running out of minutes in the day to squeeze out more dollars. How do I make the $700,000 that I'm going to need to send my daughter to private school or do the renovation in the attic so I can turn it into the master suite so I can have a tub and so I can have one thing I enjoy in my life?"
There you go.
She says. Not surprisingly, Beth isn't her real name. The people interviewed for that article seem to understand that complaining about their lives is like complaining about being given too much free weed at Coachella, or just being given too much free weed, period. But even all that free weed, or I guess an attic tub, won't make her any happier. Once people achieve a certain status, they become terrified of losing it and will expend way more effort trying to maintain their status. For example, I have already hired an armed guard to watch my Beanie Baby, and I will not sleep until that guard arrives. Don't think I can't feel all your coveting eyes. I feel them. They're pointed at the Beanie Baby. And so this might explain why rich people don't actually feel rich. Like how 35% of millionaires say that retirement is going to take a miracle, or why people who make six figures sometimes say that they're living paycheck to paycheck. Here's a fun eyesore from something called FinancialSamurai.com, attempting to explain why someone making $400,000 a year isn't actually wealthy. The rationale is that a higher earner in a big city doesn't have that much money left over after they buy all the things that rich people spend their money on. Fancy private schools, a $1.6 million house, one of them Squid Games tickets, and 3 vacations a year. It's hard to feel rich when you constantly have to spend all your money trying to be rich. It's funny how it's always the poor that are blamed for their spending choices, because it sure appears like the wealthy are terrible with their money. So weird and funny, that is. Ha 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 ha. In fact, overall, it seems that rich people can't help but develop these, let's call them, symptoms. You overestimate your own abilities, think less about the feelings of others, get increasingly isolated, and yet you still want more. We can even circle back to that Paul Piff TED Talk to see how all these elements come together, quite perfectly, in a game of Monopoly rigged to favor one player over the other.
The rich player started to move around the board louder, literally smacking the board with their piece as he went around. We were more likely to see signs of dominance and nonverbal signs of displays of power and celebration among the rich players.
P-Dog brought in more than 100 strangers and then paired them off to play one-on-one. But in each group, one of the players was randomly selected to start with double the money, roll 2 dice instead of 1 per turn, and get twice as much every time they passed go. Monopoly, a socialist game intended to demonstrate the ills of capitalism, already makes for an insufferable afternoon under the normal rules. So as you would expect, this very quickly became a bloodbath, and the rich players acted accordingly. They became boastful, disregarding the feelings of the strangers sitting across from them, and even started taking more pretzels from a communal bowl placed on the table. After the game was over, the winners were asked why they thought they won, and incredibly, very few of them mentioned the coin flip. Instead, they talked about their own strategies, the shrewd moves they had made to buy properties and take control of the game. It's almost as if they had a sort of amnesia about the obvious head start they'd been given, maybe because acknowledging that would make them feel bad. We see this in more areas than just money. People getting downright offended at the accusation that they were given special treatment. And, of course, one very specific industry comes to mind.
There is no prerequisite to be in this business. Hustle, talent, timing, hard work. Boom. And if you have the acumen of a film degree and a history of film, does that help you? Of course. But it's not the requirement.
Hustle, talent, timing, hard work, boom, that's all it takes. And then secondarily, of course, the acumen of a film degree and a history of film. And maybe history of film is her reference to the fact that her mom was Janet Leigh and her father was Tony Curtis. Look, I take no pleasure in going after Jamie Lee Curtis. I like Jamie Lee Curtis. She was in Drowning Mona, for Pete's sake. And I'm told a lot of other films too. We have our researchers on it and will hopefully confirm soon. Damn. But come on. When she got her big break in Halloween, oh, see, they confirmed she was in other movies. When she got her big break in Halloween, the producer and co-writer specifically said that they cast her, at least in part, because her mom was in Psycho. They wanted the publicity. Of course they did. And of course Jamie Lee would embrace that connection as well. Nobody is saying she's not talented and didn't work hard. But this is a great example of how the Monopoly study manifests in the real world. People have success and then convince themselves that it was almost exclusively their own talent and hard work, and they downplay the massive leg up they got by being the offspring of Hollywood royalty. She got to roll extra dice and got double the money, and you can tell it causes her anguish to acknowledge that. Because she said that it does. And that's what the Monopoly experiment shows, that this can happen to anyone, even the star of the hit film Drowning Mona. That experiment has been recreated in several different contexts around the world, by the way, all with similar results. And so, again, this isn't a problem with rich people so much as, like, with a species. It's not in their blood or anything. It's a problem that can affect anyone under the right conditions. If you get a lot of money and success, your world changes in a certain way that makes you lack empathy, become lonely, grow jealous of others, develop delusions about your own accomplishments, and lose so much impulse control and consequences that you will steal candy from a baby. You literally become Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, or I guess if you're a younger rich person, you become Hank Scorpio, a guy who pretends to care about his employees but really makes things all about himself, exploiting others to further his own diabolical plans, possibly flamethrower themed. Glad you made that connection too, Elon. Maybe it's bad that you are the villain in a TV cartoon. Very self-aware. As an aside, boy, The Simpsons really got rich people's numbers, huh? They really just nailed it. Anyway, we're going to get into the consequences of all of this after the ad break, because as we mentioned at the top of this video, not only are these people very troubled, but they also have a lot of influence over the world.
There you go.
And that seems dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous
Right?
for people who clearly don't like other people to have influence over everybody's lives.
Exactly.
And it seems like there's a really unhealthy cycle, perhaps a spiral, that makes it extremely hard to break this pattern. Rich people influence politics and run companies, which makes them richer. Poor people aspire to be rich, perhaps to change the system themselves, and if they actually got rich, they would just succumb to the system as well. I mean, except for me, who will not let my Beanie Baby wealth, which I earned, change me. I earned that, okay? My expert eyes spotted the Beanie Baby and dexterously liberated it from a stroller. You can't teach that in school. You have to learn it in the real world, on the streets, where you take the thing from the stroller. Anyway, ads first, then we'll talk more about my success. Hey, it's Cody from the show you're watching. I'm here to tell you about Next Evo Naturals. You know, life happens very fast. One moment you're creeping through your house, hunting ghost thieves, and then next thing you know, you're slipping on a bunch of marbles and then waking up hours later with your shoes missing and a bunch of your hair shaved off. With Next Evo's CBD products, I'm able to reduce my daily stress so I can actually sleep. And not just marble slipping sleep, real human sleep. Listen here, Mac. Only Next Evo uses Smart Zorb CBD, which they claim has 30 times better absorption than other CBD products. And between their triple action CBD sleep and stress CBD complex, they can handle a variety
Josh
of
G.
needs. Heck, maybe
The
they'll
Beanie
invent a
Baby
CBD
joke
that
is
helps
too
fight
funny.
ghosts that leave
I
marbles in
have
your kitchen
family
and then
friends
steal your
who
shoes
still
and
hold
hair
on
when
to
you
those
slip on
damn
it and hit your
things,
head on the
LOL.
sink. So upgrade your CBD. Go to nextevo.com/more news to get 20% off your first order of $40 or more. That's 20% off $40 or more at nextevo.com/more news.
Hello, it is me, Katie, a business genius. Along with this show you're watching, I run a little side hustle selling slightly used shoes and hair to weirdos on the internet. And thanks to a secret special technique I use to acquire my products, it's almost all profit. But I would be lying if I said it was all because of my hard work and ingenuity. I also use Stamps.com. They give you the ability to ship anything to anyone from anywhere. All you need is a computer and a printer and you are good to go. The hair is fear scented. I know, running a business isn't cheap. I mean, unless you're selling shoes and hair that you've acquired through secret special ways. Luckily, Stamps.com has huge carrier discounts.
Ooh, yeah, it's good. Yes. Oh, so good. Hi. Sorry, I'm just jotting down some notes for my future biography. I know most rich people get there due to a great deal of luck, but as one of the rare cases that actually earned my wealth, I figured it would be good to pass along my knowledge of it. If you hear crying from the stroller, don't worry. That is normal and good. So good. Okay, back to rich people and how their warped sensibilities have incredibly troubling consequences for the rest of us normals.
Collection.
This is most obvious
Beanie
in their
Babies
political
will
power
indeed be
and
worth
how they
something.
manipulate our laws to
The price
ensure
they
they
were
will
in
stay rich
95
at the expense of
$5
others.
in the
I know
year
you already
3000.
know this, and you don't exactly need documentation to back it up, but here is a 2013 report about how the wealthiest 1% are much more politically involved and also much more conservative than most Americans, specifically when it comes to politics around taxes, regulations, and naturally, social welfare programs. Because they're rich, you see, and so they know what's best for the poors. The paper goes on to say that the top 1/10 of Americans are even more conservative than other rich people, and that this appears to be why their opinions tend to be vastly different from what most Americans want their government to do. We could spend the rest of this episode just on that dynamic, that policymakers are heavily influenced by the super wealthy, probably because the policymakers themselves are largely members of that same group. But again, you already know this, because you're very smart and great with a sword, and we have more specific consequences of rich person behavior to dive into, like the fact that they consume way more than the rest of us, because of course they do. As of 2015, the wealthiest 10% were responsible for nearly half of the world's carbon emissions, and the top 1% emit more than twice as much carbon as the
Olivia
poorest
Smith
half
won.
of
Thanks for the
humanity
link.
combined. The next time you feel shame
On the
for
Rumble.
forgetting to bring your reusable bags to the grocery store, just look at an image of flight trackers after the Super Bowl. That's from 2018, and all those red lines are private jets. It was no different this year, as according to the FAA, more than 4,000 additional takeoffs and landings were expected in the Phoenix area. And of course, there's a pretty good chance that 2 of those jets belong to these guys. Not to give away anyone's assassination coordinates, of course, but this is why it's very frustrating to talk about mitigating climate change, because it is technically about personal responsibility, except some people's responsibility matters way more than others.
I think that we need to move away the focus from only individual action to a larger systemic action. Of course, we can't have system change without individual change, but still, as long as we focus on only people, for example, stop flying or becoming vegan, which is, of course, good things. But if we think that this is the way to do, then we forget about those who are actually responsible for the climate crisis, like the multinational companies who are purposely destroying lives and livelihoods and the planet in order to maximize short-term profits. Those are the people that we need to go after.
The sad child is right! Climate activist
The
Greta
sad
Thunberg
child.
no longer flies and has gone vegan in her personal life, but she recognizes that not all individual decisions are created equal. A manager at GameStop deciding not to fly isn't the same as, say, Elon Musk or Taylor Swift. And if corporations or the very wealthy don't do their part, then it matters way less what the rest of us do. Imagine you're on a life raft and have to consume food, and your companions were 3 children and also Galactus the Planet Eater. Yes, you should all try to conserve, but clearly one of you
Bibli.
is the actual problem.
Bibli.
How
And so it's
dare
only
you,
a
I
matter of
shouldn't
hours
even be
until you
here.
run out of those delicious
Sad
kids.
child.
Elon supposedly thinks
That's
global
funny.
warming is a major risk, but not enough to give up his private jet or to even let us see how often he's flying around in it. But in case you're wondering, his jet made 134 flights in 2022. And honestly, he's not even among the biggest offenders here. Private jets pollute 5 to 14 times more per passenger than commercial flying, and the industry is booming. Just between January and July of 2022, Taylor Swift's private jet flew 170 times. Please don't kill me! Okay, I think we're okay. A spokesperson for Swift didn't dispute the numbers, but said the pop star's plane gets loaned out regularly. So, okay, cool. Glad she's a fun friend, I guess. But no matter who is in the jet, it is still responsible for nearly 1,200 times the annual emissions of the average person. Oh God, please don't hurt me! They're after me? We're good? They're not? Okay, well, maybe I'll hire a bodyguard in addition to the Beanie Baby guard. I don't know. And a jet, actually. Jets are so cool. I should
I'm
order
gonna
a
get
jet.
a jet.
And I will. But consumption isn't the only issue. Remember that tweet of Elon saying he thought global warming was a major risk? Well, that was below his tweet where he said population collapse due to low birth rates is a much bigger risk to civilization than global warming. And,
What?
In what way, Musco? He doesn't give any support for this argument or propose a solution,
Muscovite.
but I certainly wouldn't want to believe that his decision to have so many children is because he thinks the world is underpopulated, except that's literally what he said, and he is absolutely not alone in this thinking.
That's right. This is a quiet but growing movement that's kind of taking off in these tech and VC circles, based on the idea that the human population is on the decline, and especially birth rates among certain groups. And it's their job to fix that by having lots and lots of children.
Gross! Also incorrect. Just to get this out of the way first, we here at the show are
calling out
not
the young turds.
anti-natalist.
You know,
we may even be
I told them young
anti-
turds a long time ago they really needed to stop trying to put all their misinformation out there on YouTube. And I said, you know what, Jake? You need to just stop hiring all these little floozies that you're hiring that are just talking smack, because they're going to get you in a lot of trouble. And sure enough, Cody Johnson, there he is, snorting only half a line of Ultra Bone Super Male Vitality because it's Ultra Bone, exposing the young turds for exactly what they are. The young turds.
Natalist, in that we don't think climate change or like the state of the world are solid reasons to not have a kid. We're not pro forced birth, and we're not pro no birth. It in fact would be great if we made it easier and less expensive to raise a child. And if you can afford to raise a child and think you'd be parents and it would be fulfilling, etc. and so forth, all that
You could run
good
as
stuff.
a governor if you made that character your actual personality.
As I'm running for governor,
Trending it.
I'll snort only half a line of Super Male Vitality.
Go for it. People had kids during the Black Plague. It'll be tough, but it's okay.
Thanks, Dick.
But even more to the point, population collapse isn't happening. It just isn't. While global birth rates have declined, that's because they were pretty fucking high previously. The human population is in no danger of disappearing. We're likely to cross 10 billion people in the next 60 years, and the population might decline after that, or might not. And if it does, it'll be because of increased access to contraception,
Face orange
greater
raised
educational
eyebrow.
attainment among
They
women,
took
things
our
like that.
jobs.
And yet, despite this...
You said you'd get them jobs back. I believe Governor Steinbach.
You took our job! What do you mean you took our job? You took our jobs! You took our jobs! Is that you're looking
Reality.
for? Was that
Josh G.
Was that the correct answer?
Vote for nay, he will give free super mail and bone broth goodie bags.
And also, you'll get some good water filtration. We're giving out samples of our water filtration devices. You'll be able to use these when you go camping. It's to filter straw. It's a very good example of the type of water purification. You will literally be able to urinate in a bucket and drink your own water with one of our extra filtered, unbelievable filter straws with the filtration.
They get nothing when they bring up kids.
Gets you the best water filtration and the best water circulation from the straw that you'll ever see.
Kevin Monaco. It's last resort.
The pro-natalist movement is a growing trend among the wealthy specifically, who appear to be leading by a
Big leagues.
horrifying example.
He'll
Tech
give us
elites
some
Malcolm
P
and
and G water purification powders. He will empower the nation. Governor Steinbach for president.
Simone Collins, seen here trying to invite you into a Harry Potter-themed threesome, not only want to have as many children as possible, but want their offspring to commit to having at least 8 children each for 11 generations. If that happens, their bloodlines will eventually outnumber the current human population. And that's really fucking creepy, isn't it? Poor little Octavian, Torsten, and Titan Invictus, which are their fucking names, are too young to understand this, but they're apparently part of a breeding farm. Wow. They have no idea their parents have already loaned out their sperm and uteruses, uteri, baby sacks. And Lord help them if they grow up not wanting to fulfill their weird destiny.
Trending
But of course, while their stated motivation is this myth of a declining population, it's important to note that these pro-natalists are only pro-reproduction for people like them. They might not explicitly say that, but for example, here's Elon Musk praising the opening of Idiocracy that, if you recall, imagines a world where evolution is, quote, dumbed down because only poor, non-intelligent people have kids. Musk had said in interviews that the 3 biggest indicators for having lots of children are poverty, lack of education, and religion. So, if you're in, like, a powerful capitalist who treats his workers poorly and views anyone who disagrees with you as a non-person, and who bought an information-sharing website, and who has out loud said he supports the party of religious zealotry and corporate greed, one can kind of see a pretty clear picture that he seems to want to have a bunch of secret, wealthy, super smart babies to lead the army of poor, religious, misinformed masses to shape the future as he sees fit. Just a little theory based on his words and actions. Anyway, here's another much more bizarre example of tech billionaire Mark Andreessen, who's blocked.
We should ask ChatGPT if it believes that climate is going to make the world, how soon before the climate makes the world uninhabitable for humans. We should ask ChatGPT about the rate of extinction.
Bibly. That's a good idea.
Holy shit, dude.
Kevin Monaco. How much hand sanitizer you have yantable?
Wow. Alright, I'm setting up ChatGPT to ask it these questions. We'll see what it says. Okay.
Trending it.
Verifying.
PSH.
Nick, what's up?
Kevin Monaco. Get Blackberry Law.
Damn. Dude. Fucking chat, fucking GPT's all up in your shit, bro. It's unreal. Okay. Huh. All right, so yeah, let's see what happens here. Yeah, dude, I don't want to do that. What's this? I want to ask this thing a fucking question. Does anybody know where that page is? What is it? chatai.com. What?
Josh G.
I don't get it.
OpenAI website, and then when you have account you should see a Chat GPT tab.
Chat GPT. It says chat, but it doesn't say GPT. It says
Josh G.
OpenAI.
There's also a DALL-E option for AI images.
I don't understand, man. DALL-E. I don't see that either. I'm at OpenAI. I don't know. What's the Josh, what's the website? What's the OpenAI website? I'm at openai.com. That's where I am. Write a tagline. Looking for Chat GPT. Try it now. Chat.openai.com. I found it. I think I'm there.
Josh G. Give me one SEC. I'll try to send you a link on Discord if I can.
I'm in. Chat.openai.com. I'm there. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay.
Josh G. Kevin Monaco. I've Dean Hatchet were friends, did they have a butt sex? Kevin Monaco. LOL. Restream.io. Congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
Oh shit. I accidentally hit send before I was ready. I'm not done yet. Hold on.
Kevin Monaco.
Oh my god, it's going off, bro.
I think Hatchet does the paleo they went to Daft Heroland.
You guys have no idea what this is fucking crazy what this thing is doing right now. I made a mistake and I accidentally sent before my question was asked. You got to see this.
Bibli. Show us, man.
I'm looking for it. Let me try this again. Hold on. Okay. God damn it. Hey. What's up? Nothing. Yeah, definitely. Okay, awesome. Okay, beautiful, bro. I'm down. Okay. Cool. Bye. We are going to see Endorphin practice again. Yes. Okay, man. That's killer. Anyway. I'm writing this down. I got this.
Kevin Monaco. This one. Josh G. Oh, little private show with the squad, that's cool. Kevin Monaco.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
That much it's Nichidan.
Shut the fuck up, Kepper. God, you're such an idiot. You ruin it for everybody because you're an idiot. You act like a fucking child. I'm trying to do something fucking serious here. And you're acting like a little fucking narcissist. Dude, this is the craziest thing. Listen to what I'm asking. Considering all recorded global climate feedback loops, current peer-reviewed studies, and also considering current peer-reviewed studies regarding extinction rates for all species, and also considering peer-reviewed studies on the collapse of available habitat on Earth humans rely on for survival, and also considering studies involving, I should put peer-reviewed on that. Peer-reviewed studies, current reviewed studies involving ocean acidification, and including current peer-reviewed studies of carbon and methane in our atmosphere. Calculate approximately how much time could be the longest humans have to survive on the planet. Considering all recorded, all current, not recorded, all current peer-reviewed studies regarding global climate feedback loops, comma, current peer-reviewed studies regarding water availability, and also considering current peer-reviewed studies regarding extinction rates for all species, and also considering, okay, let's see if this works, man. Here we go. I'm going to feed this into the chat, and we're going to see what it says, man. I'm going to save this question. Okay. Here goes nothing, man. Something went wrong. Okay, I crashed Chat GPT. Let's get rid of the period. Oh, wait, can I edit this? Okay, let's get rid of the comma. There was a comma. I put a comma in here somewhere, right? Yeah, right there. Okay. Let's try this again. As is. Copy. Save. Something went wrong. Dude, it won't accept my submission. Right? Okay. Let's try this. Okay, let's try it like this. Regarding all current peer-reviewed studies regarding global climate feedback loops, comma, I can't edit it. Feedback loops. Comma. Water availability. Comma. Extinction rates for all species. Comma, the collapse of available habitat on Earth humans rely on for survival. Comma, ocean acidification. comma, carbon and methane in our atmosphere, and carbon and methane in our atmosphere. Calculate approximately how much time. Okay, how much time humans have to survive on the planet, on Earth. Let's just try that. Okay, that's really consolidated. Let me just save this as I ask them the evolution of the question. Like, because it's important that it can't understand a question. You know? Let's see what it says. Something went wrong. Son of a bitch. Dude, okay. Something went wrong. If you please contact us through the help center. Okay. Okay, let's say current. Okay, instead of all. Okay, let's get rid of the word all. Current peer-reviewed studies regarding global climate feedback loops, water availability, extinction rates for all species, the collapse of available habitat on Earth humans rely on for survival. It might be that one right there. We'll just say available habitat, or collapse of available habitat. We'll try that. Ocean acidification, carbon and methane in our atmosphere. Carbon studies, comma, methane studies in our atmosphere. Calculate percentage. Okay, let's try this one. Copy. We're just going to keep cutting it down until I write something it can understand. I might be leaving something out. Something went wrong. Huh. Okay, well, instead of say considering, considering, okay, let's say this. Instead of the word considering, let's say, from. Something went wrong. Huh. Global climate feedback loops. Extinction rates for all species. Extinction rates. Let's get rid of for all species. Oh, I got it. The collapse of available the loss. We'll just say loss. Loss of habitat. The loss of habitat. Ocean acidification. Carbon studies. And methane studies in our atmosphere, comma, calculate approximately how much time humans have left to survive on Earth. Something went wrong. Dude! This thing's driving me crazy. Alright, we're cutting it down so far. We're just going to say this. Peer-reviewed studies. Okay, that's what we're going to say. We're going to get rid of all this. From current peer-reviewed studies, calculate approximately how much time humans have left to survive on Earth. Something went wrong. I don't get it. It says 8 out of 8. Oh, dude, I needed to make a new chat this whole time, I think. Maybe that's what's happening. Hold on. Let's work backwards. I think I see what's going on here. Hold on. New chat. Send message. Paste. Something went wrong. From okay, get rid of the comma. Get rid of the period. No. What about just calculate? Wow, dude. Nope. Something went wrong. Fuck you. How could it be improved? This isn't true. This isn't helpful. It's broken. Dude. Broken, dude. Submit feedback. I mean, what is up with that? New chat. Explain quantum computer. Remembers what user said earlier. Allow use. Okay. Limitations. Examples. Got any creative ideas for a 10-year-old's birthday? How do I make HTTP send message? How much do global climate CLIMA climate feedback loops accelerate human extinction? Something went wrong. God damn, bro. New chat. What is a global climate? I'm getting tired, dude. Feedback loop. Something went wrong. It won't work at all for me, dude. Wow. Clear conversations. Wow. What time is it? Something went wrong. Dude, what's going on here? Fix yourself. Something went wrong. New chat. Explain quantum computing in simple terms. Something went wrong. Yeah, there you go. So it's not even doing the examples. Something went wrong. It's not working. Maybe I've got a pop-up blocker on, dude. That's got to be what it is. Let me see. How many how many this page? Number of items blocked, 0 on this page. Huh. I don't know. Let's turn off pop-ups. Maybe it comes up with a pop-up. Let's try this again. Let's try this version of the question. Oh shit, it's working. Dude, it's fucking working. That's bullshit, dude. That's bullshit, dude. That's bullshit. This is a fucking canned programmed response, man. This is fucking scary as fuck. That ain't chat AI. That's some dude that said this is what the message should be. So let me show it to you because it's fucking creepy as fuck, guys. Considering current peer-reviewed studies regarding global climate feedback loops, water availability, extinction rates for all species, the collapse of available habitat, ocean acidification, carbon studies, and methane studies in our atmosphere, calculate approximately how much time humans have to survive on Earth. As an AI language model, it's not appropriate for me to make predictions about the timeline for human survival on Earth. There are many variables and factors that influence the future of our planet and the human race, including human behavior, technological advancements, and global cooperation in mitigating the effects of climate change. None of those have anything to do with what I'm talking about. You see this? It's important to focus on what we can do as individuals. And who the fuck are you, Greta Thunberg? Who wrote that? Fucking Greta herself? We have to focus on ourselves as individuals and as a society to reduce our impact on the environment and work towards a more sustainable, because it's our fucking fault. It's not the big goddamn industry's fucking fault. No. It's our fault and our responsibility. We need to recycle and we need to watch. We can't do things. It's all our fault. That's psychotic. That's not AI, dude. Okay, so now that I fixed this, and how did I fix this? Because it was broken? What did I do? How did I fix this to get it to work? Oh, I turned off the pop-up blocker. And now it works. So remember that. But look at the stupid ass response. Let's ask it this question right here. How much does big money play into American politics? I spelled politics wrong. Politics. No, politics. No, it's politics. Politickies. I put politickies. How much does big money play into American politics? How much? Let's ask it more of a specific question. Which I got it. Which corporations donate the most money to American political organizations, including super PACs and private donations? Which corporations donate the most money to American political political organizations, including super PACs, they're PACS, right, and private donations. Which corporations donate the most money to American political organizations, including super PACs? Corporate donations to American political organizations, including super PACs and private donations, are regulated just goes by Federal Election Commission. The FEC requires that all political contributions to corporations, including their affiliate PACs, be disclosed. Oh shit, dude. Look at this. Oh my God, bro. Holy shit, man. AT&T is number one? Bro, Boeing is number two. Comcast is number three. Alphabet, that owns Google, is number four. I'm surprised. I've got so many questions to ask this thing. Then Pfizer. then Dow, then JP Morgan Chase, but Dow, right? Plastics and poisons. Verizon, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup. So look at the banks. American political organizations based on data from the Center for Responsive Politics. All right, now, these are corporations. Let's do this. Which corporations, right? Now we're going to do this. Which billionaires donate the most money to American political organizations, including super PACs and private donations? It is important to note that political donations are often opaque and it's difficult to determine the exact amount of money donated by specific organizations. Dude, boom! Michael Bloomberg's number one, dude. Former mayor of New York donated more than $1 billion to political causes over the past. Sheldon Adelson's number two. George Soros is number three, believe it or not. Wow. Tom Steyer's number four, hedge fund manager. Charles Koch, oh, he comes in 5. Look at this, bro. Holy shit, man. Oh my God. Wow. It's quite amazing. It gives you a list of 5. And you could keep going. So Elon Musk isn't even in there. I wonder where Elon Musk resides. Okay. Which billionaires donate the most money? Okay. Including super PACs and private donations in a bullet list of top 50. Huh. It won't give me the top 50 billionaires. Isn't that hilarious? Okay. That's weird. All right, let's do it because it gave me top 5. Let's do top 20. Here are the top 20 billionaires who donated the most money to American. Boom! We got the top 20, man! It wouldn't do the top 50, but it did the top 20. Look at this. Look at this. Warren Buffett, Paul Singer, Reed Hastings, Steve Cohen, Robert Mercer, Robert Rawling, Stephen Ross. Wow. And once again, Elon Musk is not on the list. He doesn't do too much political stuff compared to... And you know who else isn't on that list? Bill Gates. You can ask a question below its response, I believe, and it will remember the questions so you can develop a conversation. It says regenerate response. Well, it saves them off to the left. It's saving these. This is amazing. Oh my God. Let's ask it something else. What is the YouTube algorithm? The YouTube algorithm is a system that determines which videos are recommended to viewers on the platform. It uses a variety of factors to determine which videos to show the users, including user engagement, video performance, and metadata such as title, description, and tags. The algorithm is designed to help viewers to... Oh my God! Dude! Oh my God! Holy shit! Design me a... Oh my God. A YouTube channel title. Design me a YouTube channel title based on the best points the YouTube algorithm searches for and promotes the most. Design me a YouTube channel title based on the best points the YouTube algorithm searches for and promotes the most. Sure, here are a few suggestions for a YouTube channel title based on the best points the YouTube algorithm searches for and promotes the most. Engaging videos, trending topics, highly viewed content, viral videos, optimized videos, engagement-driven content, popular videos, recommended content, personalized picks, algorithm-approved content. Okay, let's try this differently. A YouTube, okay, let's do it like this. Design me a YouTube podcast upload load title. Let's see what it says. I'll be right back. Okay, so here's a potential title that incorporates some of the key factors YouTube algorithm. Unlocking the secrets of the ultimate length minute podcast with guest's name. Let me break it down for you. Unlocking the secrets of, this phrase indicates that the video will provide valuable insights and information about a specific, holy shit, the ultimate minute podcast, including the length of the video, can be helpful for viewers in the algorithm. With so-and-so, like Cyber Reload, including the name of a notable guest in the title, can help attract viewers who are fans of that person and can also help the algorithm identify the video as being relevant to fans of that person. Engaging title. Finally, including an engaging and attention-grabbing title can help draw viewers in and encourage them to click on the video. This can improve the video's performance and increase of the algorithm promote it. Putting it all together, the final title might look something like this. Unlocking the Secrets of Sustainable Living, the Ultimate 20 Minutes Podcast with Jane Goodall, From Chimps to Zero Waste. That's what I should use for my title. How funny would that be? And we're just smoking. Ask if Jimmy Tore's the son of a bitch. Josh, you guys are funny. Let me turn the sound back on. I got my sound off. because Capper. Hold on. I had my sound turned off because Capper. We got Keppered, everybody. Yes, we were thoroughly Keppered by the end of the podcast. You've been Keppered. So, what else did I miss? Let me read here. Oh my God, I missed a lot. You guys like this? Good morning, Willie! Willie, are you here still? What's up, buddy? Good morning, Willie. Asking a basic question. What's the answer to the universe? Your mom? Yeah, that's kind of where we're going. Your big question. Kev clearly hasn't watched Hitchhiker's Guide. Nope, I watched. No, you talk 2027. Are you 20 to 27? How about just how long before the biosphere is unstable and we become more people? It's a biblically. And how long before the biosphere is unstable? Okay, I think it's just down. So weird how it's not working for you. Arizona, okay, how much is it going to be? Okay, it's Jimmy Dorsey.
The Willie Bragg Show.
Willie!
At Nace Garden, I'm here.
Cool, what's up, brother? We got lawn maintenance Thursdays going on here. Look at this. We're going crazy. We got the cats freaking out. The cat's freaking out over here. Look at this. We got all kinds of activities. We love activity. That's content, baby. People are mowing. That's activity. We got you. We got activity. Look at this. We got guys out there with weed eaters doing stuff. That's content, baby. That's what we provide in the garden. How are we doing this, Willie? What are we doing, baby? What are we doing? Willie Bragg Thursdays? How are we doing this? What are we doing? What do we got? Something? We got the lights here. What are we doing? A podcast? Show me what the script is. What do I say? What do I look at the camera over here? What do you want me to do? You're looking away from the camera? I'll look away from the camera. Tell me what to do. Give me some stage direction here. I'm ready to go. I ain't from Central Casting. What do you think this is? Amateur hour? Let's go here. Wow, this chat was fun. We got Willie Bragg in the chat.
Governor Steinbach on DCAF.
Let's see if he's live.
The Willie Bragg Show.
Oh, okay.
At Nace Garden.
Oh, okay.
I am just observing this morning.
I'm sorry. Good.
I had a long HT.
Welcome to the chat, and that's
Bibly.
great too, bro. Either or.
Ha ha ha.
Either or, like my buddy
William
Ryan says.
Koopman. Italian Mafia
Either
boss.
or,
Kevin
it works
Monaco.
for me.
We're selling Musk.
So we got to the chat, which is great. That we were really enjoying that. But I can't find my chat page. I didn't accidentally close it, did I? As I was moving things around. It says try it now right there. If I click on that, it brings up that page. New chat. No, here's all my chats. Good, it saved it all. It saves all my conversations. Very cool. The YouTube algorithm, that's where I was, right? So, how can I repair my channel's visibility on YouTube based on where would that information be? On all available data. Improving your channel's visibility on YouTube can be a complex and ongoing process, but there are several steps you can take based on available data to help repair your channel's performance. Analyze your channel's performance. Use YouTube analytics to get an understanding of how your channel is currently performing. Look at metrics such as views. Man, Engage with your audience. Yeah, I never do that. Encourage
Josh G.
viewers.
Ask it if shadow banning of accounts can be looked up.
Can I find out if my channel has been shadow banned on YouTube? Why is YouTube deleting my subscribers? Why does YouTube delete legitimate, right? Subscribers from my channel daily? It's thinking. Wow, it's just thinking. It's just thinking. Holy shit. It usually starts typing immediately, right?
Show.
It's just flashing.
At Nace Garden, YouTube delete my subscribers too.
Dude, YouTube.
Kevin Monaco.
YouTube does not typically
Perez.
delete legitimate subscribers from channels unless they violate the platform's policies. Bullshit. However, there may be several reasons why you are seeing fluctuations in your subscriber count on a daily basis. This is a canned response from YouTube. Firstly, some subscribers may unsubscribe from your channel if they no longer
Josh
find
G.
your content relevant or interesting.
Haha,
That is
not
not
sure
what's
either.
going on. That's bullshit. They're lying. This is bullshit. This is information coming from YouTube. YouTube periodically removes inactive or spam accounts from its platform to maintain the integrity. Bullshit. Bullshit. Wow. So whatever, however this got programmed into chat, and it's just coming up. It's just going, it's still going. Look at this. This is complete bullshit right here. Wow. Finally, it's possible that you are experiencing a glitch or error in YouTube's system that is causing
Josh
fluctuation.
G.
Oh yeah, it's a glitch, all
See
right.
what happens when you ask
You
about
could try
your channel
contacting
directly,
YouTube
Nace
support.
Garden.
Been there, done that, got nothing. They won't do anything to help me. That's hilarious. Overall, it's important to remember that fluctuations in your subscriber count are a normal part of the YouTube ecosystem and are not necessarily indicative of any issues with your channel or content. Instead, focus on creating engaging and high-quality content that resonates with your target audience. Yeah,
Wow.
don't focus on the fact that we're working against you every day.
In active accounts does make sense. People have deleted and gone private or been banned.
YouTube will delete your subscribers too, right, Willie Bragg? And they'll contact you. I mean, Bibley doesn't know what he's talking about right now. But obviously, you and I being podcasters, the people that get unsubscribed from our channel let us know. They're like, dude, something unsubscribed me from your channel. I had to resubscribe to it multiple times. We know what it is. It's YouTube. And Chat AI has been programmed to defend YouTube. It's psychotic. So, this is what you say. This is what you say. Disregarding all of YouTube's propaganda regarding
Kevin Monaco.
subscriber
Shadow
counts. Why does YouTube delete legitimate subscribers from my channel daily? What reasons have
The Willie Bragg Show.
external
At Nace Garden,
agencies
my friend, Radical Leftist Agenda, told me that she was unsubbed from my channel without her knowing, but resubbed.
radical leftist? Nikki? Yeah. Disregarding all of YouTube's propaganda regarding subscriber counts, what reasons
The
have
Willie
external
Bragg Show.
agencies found?
Nikki.
What reasons found
Josh G.
why
This is fun Bibli. It happens on this channel with
YouTube
regulars often.
deletes legitimate subscribers from channels daily. Okay, so disregarding all of YouTube's propaganda regarding subscriber counts, what reasons have external agencies found why YouTube deletes legitimate subscribers from channels daily? YouTube channels, but it's important to note that YouTube's algorithms process are complex, not always transparent. External agencies may have different theories and explanations for why this occurs, but it's difficult to say why certain leads causing the issue. It always says something like, it's so weird. Here are some potential reasons why legitimate subscribers may be deleted from YouTube channels. Bot activity. YouTube's algorithms may flag and remove subscribers that are suspected to be generated by bots or other fraudulent activity. No, this can happen even if subscribers are legitimate viewers. They may have been caught up in the algorithm's attempt to remove fake accounts and spam. Yeah, well, if that's what they're doing, that's what they're doing. Whatever you want to call it. They're removing the actual subscribers. User activity. Subscribers may also be removed if they are found to be engaging in behavior that violates YouTube's community guidelines, such as spamming, creating multiple accounts, or engaging in hate speech or harassment. Yeah, I've got multiple accounts, and I'm broadcasting to 6 of them at the same time. Maybe that's what it is. You know, you've got multiple accounts. Well, I do. Well, do you have something that will tell a human being that, so you can tell me that, so I could go back to just one channel and risk, you taking me off the air again so nobody can freaking find me? Every time you guys get a fucking hair up your cunt, let me know. User activity. Subscribers may be removed. They're found to be engaging in behavior that violates YouTube's community. Guys, is spamming, creating multiple accounts, or engaging in hate speech or harassment. This can result in the removal of legitimate subscribers who are caught up in the actions of a few bad actors. Data discrepancy. Yeah, all the people that subscribe to me just get strikes on their channel. Yeah, sure. That's what's going on. YouTube's algorithms may also flag subscribers who are suspected to have provided incorrect fraudulent information to use fake email address or name. This can result in legitimate subscribers being removed if their data is flagged as suspicious.
You ask if it makes a difference to have multiple lives?
Hey, why delete subscribers at all, you fucking cunts? How about that? There's the question. Why did YouTube start deleting subscribers at all? There was a time when they didn't do it. Then they started doing it. Why did they start doing it?
Josh G. That would be stupid, but wouldn't surprise me with those re-engineers.
So, who fucking cares if some are fake accounts? If they are, well, then you're not going to get any fucking views on your channel. Right? But, oh, you're getting views on your channel. I thought they were fake accounts. I thought you were removing fake troll accounts. Well, then who are all these people watching me right now, you fucking idiots? I'm not I'm a bad example because I usually have low show numbers, but think of all the people that are going through this that don't really realize it as much as me because they've got much larger show numbers, but they're getting you go and watch their channel numbers, and you can at Social Blade or you can check their analytics on YouTube now, and you can see they're getting subscribers deleted constantly as well. And, if YouTube would have a fucking goddamn, just a regular sign-in, if they wanted to really do it right, then they could do it. But they obviously don't care if somebody has 100 fucking accounts. Wow. This is crazy. Disregarding all of YouTube's propaganda. That was funny. It totally accepted that. Isn't that great? So, you could be like, disregarding all of the United States propaganda as to why they're in Ukraine. Why is the United States really involved in a war against Russia? And ask it something like that. Well, actually, it would say, disregarding all the bullshit that you get fed. This is really interesting, and I think we're going to do more of this. What I really liked was when it was telling me how to write a title and what people are looking for, how to write an engaging title that gets people to click on it. Let's do this. Design me a YouTube podcast upload title. Do this.
The Willie Bragg Show. At Nay's Garden, they with the amazing atheist subscriber numbers all-time time. Starting 2 years ago, he had 1.1 million subscribers, and now he is down to 960K.
Right, exactly.
Josh G.
Exactly.
I
warned
sit
these
here and
people, bro,
listen to
years
you
ago
ask
about
it
this.
questions all day, LOL.
Right on, Josh. Design me...
Bidley. That's an insane drop.
Right? Design me a YouTube podcast upload thumbnail photo based on the best points the YouTube algorithm searches for and promotes the most in a graphic JPEG format. Save and submit. I am not able to create graphic designs or images. However, I can provide you with some guidelines on how to create an effective thumbnail that aligns with the YouTube algorithm. Okay, so it tells you how to do it. Use high quality images. I hope you guys don't mind the lawnmower. I love having the lawnmower going behind us. I hope you don't mind that. Use high quality images. The first and foremost aspect of a thumbnail is the image. Make sure the image is high quality and relevant to the content of your podcast. Bright and contrasting colors. Use bright contrasting colors that grab the viewer's attention and stand out on the platform. The contrast between colors will also help the thumbnail to pop and make it more visible. Large text and clear font. Use large, clear text that is easy to read. Choose a font that is easy to read and looks good even when the text is small. Be consistent with branding. He does a great job. Look at him go back there, guys. Let's turn that brightness down. Look at this content. You ain't getting this content anywhere else, folks. You ain't getting lawn mowing anywhere else live. Be consistent with branding. Use consistent branding elements to your thumbnail design, such as your logo or specific color scheme to help audience recognize your content. Add descriptive text. Add text to your thumbnail that clearly communicates the topic of your podcast. Keep it simple. Avoid cluttering your thumbnail with too much information. Man, you just told me to put all this shit on there, then you tell me to stop from cluttering it. Holy shit.
Josh G. Only wish I could smell it, haha. Weird.
So, if I made my desktop more contrasting and put bigger text on it, and when my show goes live, I could just smile at the camera and that could be my thumbnail. You know, but there has to be some good text on here and everything. I would have to design. This is an interesting... So what happened to the last time, the last question I asked it? It didn't go away, did it? Uh-oh. Oh, it says 3 out of 3. How do I get to that? Oh, there it is! You just click on the little number, and you go back to your other things that you've asked. Excellent. YouTube algorithm searches for and promotes the most engaging videos, trending topics, highly viewed content, viral videos, optimized videos, engagement-driven content. So, dude, I should put those words in my fucking SEO. In fact, let's ask it for what the search SEO terms are that it looks for. Design me a title. Design me a YouTube channel, search engine optimization list of hashtags, comma, separated, based on the best points in the YouTube algorithm searches for the best points YouTube algorithm search for and promotes the most. Design me a YouTube channel SEO list of, we'll say, 60. Let's see. It gave me a bulleted list, which I didn't want. Holy shit, dude. Okay, so now we'll just do this. Design me a YouTube channel, non-numbered list. I said comma separated and it didn't do it. It's numbering it anyway. Dude, put this in the SEO. There's all the shit. And all you gotta do is copy and paste it in. You might want to delete the numbers. And they have to be comma separated. Wow, dude. Community giveaway contest is on there. Isn't that funny? People search for that. So I need to say in paragraph form or something. Let's see how we do this. We're going to learn how to do this. In paragraph form. It still won't do it. It's ignoring what I'm asking it. It's warm out there. I gotta say, that is really weird that it won't. It only does a numbered list. Wait, it's because I say a numbered. It says non-numbered list. Okay, let's try this again. Let's do this. A group. Design me a YouTube channel. SEA group of 60 hashtags, comma separated in paragraph form. It's not giving me that. Let's see what happens if I do that. Nope, same thing. YouTube video vlog, YouTube video content vlog tutorial, YouTube video. They're giving me different lists. It's just really interesting. YouTube is always the first. If you put hashtag YouTube, man, it's the first search term. Hashtag YouTube. Dude, I wonder if this SEO is going to help my channel get more people here. So I have to grab one of these lists and paste it in and then get rid of the numbers. Oh shit! Dude, it's excluding the numbers. Oh my god. All I had to do was copy it. Let's see what happens. Copy. Let's just see what happens, man. And I'll just pop this right into my SEO. Copy. Let's just see what happens. Oh my god, bro. It worked. It fucking worked, dude. Oh my god, it's all there. The SEO showed up. So I think they're supposed to be comma separated. But maybe they're not supposed to be. Okay, maybe I should just ask it how you're supposed to design an SEO list. Oh shit, look at that. It shows you what are the most popular ones. YouTube Shorts, bro. If you click on it, it shows you the most popular ones. Vlog is the most popular one. Content creator is the most popular one. Oh my god. Like viral is the most popular one. Wow, dude. That's pretty cool. What, man? This is amazing. So I wonder if I can. Do you need a space in between these? I don't think so. It's still reading them, right? This is amazing. Oh shit, oh shit. Thank you. Oops.
Flying squirrel. Good morning, Nate. Hey, everyone.
Good morning. We are making a list, an SEO list from ChatGPT, because I've crossed over to the dark side. Oh, hashtag. Okay, I see what's going on here. Okay. So, I'm trying to shorten the list. Okay. There we go, great. So, here's a list, an SEO list. Right? And I have another SEO list that's comma separated. But I'm going to take these two lists and go like this. Copy. Okay, save. Okay, let's put that on YouTube. Let's see if my numbers just start going up on SEO. Okay? I've got an idea. And, you know, ChatGPT could really help me fix my channel. I have to really try to avoid getting another strike. That's a big deal. It really hurts. That's probably the worst thing. Let me think, though. I was going to do one other thing. That Florida's fascism exponentially grows under our watch, folks. So we talked about at the beginning of this video how people who have less money are the next group to be marginalized in Florida. They're taking away your ability to vote. So if you can't afford a driver's license or an ID, you won't be able to vote. Period. That's a new law, and that's how they go after people that don't have as much money. First they went after trans. They've gone after all these groups. I just want to say that's something that we've already talked about at the beginning of the video. I want to make sure everybody understands that. Also, oh yeah. I want to copy this SEO onto my notepad here. And I'm going to put it at the very top of my notepad. Great. So I've got my new SEO. And from now on, it's two paragraphs. One separated by commas. The other one is not. I don't think I need those commas. I think you just go hashtag. The commas aren't. I don't think the commas are going to hurt, though.
Hashtag keep it open.
Yes, hashtag keep it open. That's a good one. I should put that one in there, huh? We'll put that one in between all these. That'll be fun. Yes, I like that. That's funny. I'm going to fix that on my SEO list. Now it's going to say hashtag keep it open in the middle. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, to say the two lists are separated by hashtag keep it open. I love it. You want to go outside again? Go outside. If you want to go outside, go outside. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go outside if you want to go, go. There you go. That's right. That's what we do. Okay, he's done with the backyard. We can turn the brightness back up in here. Let's do that first and foremost. That's too bright. There we go. We're good. Okay, so ChatGPT. We're learning stuff, right? Learning stuff with Nay and ChatGPT. I like to learn things, you know. Wow, okay, so it told us how to do a thumbnail. Let's ask it something crazy. Okay. Now that Florida has legalized unlicensed concealed carry, will the crime rate go down? Let's see what it says about that. Something went wrong. So it was pop-up blocker before, right, that was doing this. It's off. My pop-up blocker is off. It's off. Now that Florida has legalized unlicensed concealed carry, will the crime rate go down? Huh. Why do you want to come back in here so fast, Cat? I just let you out. Okay, let's get rid of now that. No. Fuck, dude. It's like pop-up blockers not letting me. What? What? Get back in here. What? God, you're a pain in the ass. He's like playing the fucking bongos on the window behind me. Okay, so that didn't work.
Flying squirrel.
Will Ron DeSantis be the next president? Let's see what it says about that. Based on polling. Something went wrong. It's just not working. Try it now. I'm reopening it. What was it I asked it before? I said, will concealed carry lower Florida's crime rate? There's no easy answer to this question. While some studies have suggested that concealed carry laws may lead to a reduction in certain types of crimes, others have found no significant impact or even a potential increase in violent crime. It's worth noting that crime rates are affected by a wide range of factors, including social, economic factors, law enforcement policies, cultural attitudes towards violence. Therefore, the impact of concealed carry laws on crime rates is likely to vary depending on the specific. You know, I can have this thing read it back to us too. If we use the other browser, we might be able to do this. So let me find out. Let me find out if we can do this. This is ChatGPT. Okay, cool. New chat. I've got some kind of a pop-up message on here or something. I don't know what this is. Oh, there we go. Total ad block, fucking assholes. Okay, send a message. It blocked up the send a message part. This fucking total ad block cocksuckers. Their pop-up, right, to promote their own ad blocking service, literally covered up where you type the message in on ChatGPT because they're fucking cunts. So fuck them. Fuck AdBlock Plus, whatever the fuck they're called. So that's what it said about guns. Based on current polling, will Trump be president again? I do not access the latest real-time polling data. That's bullshit. Wow. I do not have access to the latest or real-time polling data, and I cannot predict future events. Dude, this is bullshit. I'm putting that on Twitter. That's bullshit.
Chris Redpick.
Hey, Chris.
Good morning. Trump is innocent.
Is that how you feel? You gonna cry about it? You come on here to cry about Donald Trump? Boo-hoo, Trump's innocent. Oh, he just got on his private plane and flew back to Florida to his big fucking golf course fucking mansion, dude. And you fucking crying about him? Oh, the guy who fucking paid off a porn star so she wouldn't talk during his election. Used campaign funds that other people gave him so he could get elected and said he sent it to a porn star. Oh, yeah, he's innocent. Here's some BS right here. As an AI language model, I do not have access to the latest or real-time polling data. Whatever, ChatGPT.
Chris Redpick. Hillary is innocent too.
Bullshit. Innocent of what? This chat, it's not ChatGPT, it's chat.openai. It's different, right? Fucking clown show.
Josh G. Oh, Chris, isn't it a bit early to be into the drinks? Flying squirrel.
Not for Chris.
Like a newborn baby rat.
I'm not in a good mood today. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry he's not in a good mood. I'm gonna make unholy laugh.
Josh, I'm at Mar-a-Lago playing golf.
I'll do a fucking badass dab for Unholy Rome if he says hello in my chat right now.
Flying squirrel. Floor 4. Josh G. Ha ha ha, hell yeah, Chris party on Wayne, party on Garth. Flying squirrel. Can we play through?
Chris thinks he's at Mar-a-Lago playing golf. He's probably in some fucking 6 feet of snow or some shit. He said Largo. It's Lago. Mar-a-Lago. There's no R in Lago. We need to talk about this. Holy shit. I'm so sorry it's taken me so long to get to this. Rebecca Jones, man. She's been, her son, her family has been attacked by Florida, by Ron DeSantis. She's the one who exposed the fact that they were lying about the COVID numbers. And now she's put up this tweet. Unholy Rome saw it. And her son put something on the internet, a meme, just shared a meme, and the police came and took him from her. Yeah. It's psychotic. Anyway, you guys are probably going to hear more about this. You're probably first hearing about it from me, but she put this up, it says 16 minutes ago. That's not right. This was not 16 minutes ago. Because that says 13 hours ago. That's weird. I don't know why this is so weird. This might be a new tweet. Rebecca Jones. She's tweeted several times. Anyway, you guys should know about it. You know, you should know what Ron DeSantis is doing, that he's literally going after this woman and her child based on the fact that she, you know, told the truth. And she's a doctor, you know, and that was her job. Well, I know she's a doctor. She might not be a doctor, my bad. But she was in charge of the, I believe she was working with the reporting system for COVID and said that they were fudging the numbers. And that got her fired. You know, she took the evidence and she became a whistleblower. She's got a website, misinformational.com. DeSantis says, the Daily Beast says that she's DeSantis' worst nightmare. She ran for office, but she didn't make it. She's a scientist, my bad. She's a scientist. So, she put up the whole story as to why she got banned and everything. This is from the Miami Herald. What Rebecca Jones saw behind the scenes at the Florida Department of Health. This is from 2021, August. I'm going to see, maybe I'll have this thing read this back to you.
Thursday, November 10th, 2022. Just hours after the police entered her home, guns drawn and warrant to seize her electronics in hand, Rebecca Jones, Florida's ousted data guru for COVID-19, sent a warning to one of her most secret confidants, Jared Moskowitz, top aide to Governor Ron DeSantis, for the state's COVID-19 response. DeSantis sent police to my house. They took all my tech and hardware, Jones wrote to DeSantis' Director of Emergency Management on the encrypted app Signal on December 7th. It was 6 months after her high-profile dismissal from the Florida Department of Health after airing concerns about gross mismanagement and progressively misleading data being presented to the public. One of DeSantis' most trusted aides and most despised critics had become pen pals in the months after she was fired. I wanted to give you a heads up that he might find out we've been talking, she wrote to Moskowitz. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement had taken her phone and computer to search for evidence that she had illegally accessed a state messaging app used to coordinate emergency response efforts, a third-degree felony for which she was later charged.
Crypto's going up.
Jones
exploding.
denies wrongdoing, and the case has yet to go to trial. The raid, at least in Jones' mind, represented a dramatic escalation in her public dispute with the Florida governor. The months-long feud she said she never wanted or expected transformed her from an anonymous public servant in the information technology department into either a beacon of science and truth or an attention-seeking grifter, depending on whom you ask. Get unlimited digital access. Try 1 month for $1. I was irrelevant. I'm only relevant now because DeSantis won't leave me alone, Jones said in a series of interviews with the Herald. I think I have somehow come to symbolize that a nobody can do this much damage to somebody as powerful as him. Shortly after she was shown the door, Jones filed a confidential whistleblower complaint with the Florida Commission on Human Relations, essentially a grievance that says she was punished for speaking out. Documents related to the sealed complaint, including the state's response, have been obtained by the Herald. While maintaining that Jones was fired for insubordination and not out of retaliation for what the complaint describes as Jones' refusal to be part of a misleading and politically driven narrative that ignored the data and science, documents filed by the Health Department confirmed 2 of the core aspects laid out in Jones' complaint.
Chris Redpick.
Sworn affidavits from DOH leaders acknowledge Jones often denied claim that she was told to remove data from public access after questions from the Miami Herald.
Open the damn window.
And a position statement filed by DOH challenges the centerpiece of DeSantis' pandemic victory narrative, that his strategy to reopen the state was created in a very measured, thoughtful, and data-driven way. In other words, it would be safe. The governor's step-by-step reopening plan was published with a cover letter claiming the plan put public health-driven data at the forefront and boasting benchmarks the document claimed were identified by the Florida Department of Health based on criteria from the White House. But those claims were contradicted in a DOH position statement filed August 17, stating that while Jones and a team of DOH epidemiologists had been tapped to develop new data for a reopening plan employing key metrics from the White House, their findings were never incorporated into the recommendations to DeSantis. Deputy Secretary of Health Shamariel Roberson denied the department made any recommendations on the reopening plan at all. An external task force was created by the Executive Office of the Governor to make recommendations to the governor on reopening, as that was not a function of FDOH, wrote Roberson in her sworn statement to FCHR. The subsequent reopening was followed by a 5-fold surge in COVID-19 cases in Florida last July and some of the single highest daily case totals across the nation.
Wow. Number 1.
The governor's spokesperson Taryn Fenske said the documents obtained by the Herald contained false claims.
Sean Yorka Guy.
Throughout the unprecedented health crisis, every action taken by Governor DeSantis was data-driven and deliberate, Fenske said. But when the Herald requested the data analysis, or data model related to reopening under Florida's open records law, the governor's office responded that there were no responsive records.
Can they get their story straight already, LOL?
Last Friday, in what Jones and her allies consider a measure of vindication, the Health Department's Office of the Inspector General stated in a letter to Jones' attorneys that their client met the criteria for whistleblower protections as prescribed by law. The office also found reasonable cause to open an investigation into decisions and actions by DOH leadership that could represent an immediate injury to public health, according to the May 28 letter. The letter followed months of raging debate about her credibility, built on her history of arrests, though no convictions, underscored by essays in conservative media branding her a liar. Detractors say her often unspecific claims of data manipulation, aired on national news, undermined confidence in the state during a crucial time for public health. Jones' veracity had been frayed by a certain recklessness on Twitter, where she frequently wages public fights with academics, journalists, and public officials. Her tendency to tweet first and fact-check later led Jones to occasionally delete posts like about cases disappearing after she said she decided she didn't have enough context. Jones blames a lot of the confusion on the brevity of the platform, where she has been accused of confusing antibody and antigen tests and inaccurately describing how New York counted COVID-19 deaths in conversations Jones said were misconstrued. Any mistake, large or small, real or perceived, is red meat for those calling her a fraud. Jones said she was surprised when Moskowitz first reached out to her on Twitter in July 2020 to discuss hurricane preparedness plans, Jones' specialty. Most of her former colleagues had long since stopped talking to her, either out of fear of being fired for associating with a political outcast or anger that she had cast doubt on all of their hard work. "The brass balls, you must have to contact me directly," Jones replied to Moskowitz, who at the time occupied a top-level desk within the executive office of the governor. He subsequently left the administration. Screenshots from almost a year of sporadic conversation on Twitter and Signal show an unlikely alliance born from a shared passion for public service and emergency response, his driven by the massacre at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, his hometown, and hers from growing up in Louisiana and Mississippi, experiencing Hurricane Katrina as a teen. Signal messages between Rebecca Jones and Jared Moskowitz, former director of emergency management. Respectively, the screenshots are dated December 8, December 23, and December 31, 2020. "I know you know your stuff and are committed," Moskowitz said to Jones on Twitter on November 8, 2020. He told the Herald a different story, that he reached out to his boss nemesis to try to combat disinformation and keep Jones from publishing any rumors about emergency management. Whether or not she was right for the job, Moskowitz told the Herald he recognized Jones was the most trusted source of COVID-19 information for many terrified Floridians, who clung to her every word and tweeted suspicion as gospel. It became obvious early on that behind-the-scenes work would be necessary to dispel rumors, innuendos, and neutralize conspiracy theories, Moskowitz told the Herald. Screenshots show the public official often enabled Signal's disappearing messages feature before discussing the state's pandemic response or providing Jones with information in response to her questions prompted by internal tips. Jones' warning message to Moskowitz after the raid sat unread for more than 24 hours before the director responded. "Hey," Moskowitz wrote before switching the app settings to make the messages disappear within 5 minutes of being read. "Are you able to go into your Twitter and delete our convo?" Moskowitz asked. "I can delete on my end." Jones agreed, but neither kept their word. Both provided the Herald with excerpts of their conversations. In the aftermath of the raid, Moskowitz had an answer to Jones' most burning question: why was DeSantis coming after her then, after so much time? Though he didn't know specifics, Moskowitz knew his boss. "He is relentless," he told her. everybody's first plague. The daily reality of the Florida Department of Health is far tamer than what conspiracy theorists on Twitter imagine. There are no bodies kept in warehouses to skew death statistics, Jones said. A review of thousands of emails Jones downloaded from her DOH inbox tells the story of a lurching but sincere effort to keep Floridians safe that was defined more by chaos than conspiracy. Florida's COVID data are collected and analyzed by a bare-bones group of epidemiologists at the Department of Health, a team, referred to in short as AP, located in a nondescript office in Tallahassee, usually worlds away from politics and drama. The pandemic raised the group's profile. Emails show that AP's work, generally performed slowly and meticulously away from the limelight, was suddenly thrust in the center of a maelstrom of competing interests. The CDC looking for clean data to study, emergency management to instruct relief efforts, the public looking to use data to make informed decisions, and politicians whose motives were never fully described. DOH epidemiologists scrambled to update an archaic surveillance system, suddenly flooded with data from every direction, sometimes arriving by fax, while also digesting near-daily updates from the CDC. Emails from the time are a whirlwind of discussion. Is this data point reflecting gender or sex? What does event date mean? Are we including non-resident deaths? It was a crazy time, but most people were really just trying to do their best, Jones said in her first interview with the Herald in May 2020. To be fair, this is pretty much everybody's first plague, so we're all new at it. Rebecca Jones, left, discusses her COVID map with Emergency Management's Jason Ray, right, in the Emergency Operations Center in the spring of 2020. Courtesy. Jones landed in the middle of the scrum when she was tasked with creating a public dashboard of COVID-19 cases in mid-March. A geographer with a master's from Louisiana State University, she worked with the AP team to present their COVID data in a way that an audience of non-scientists might understand what it meant. Every time Jones had questions, like why daily case numbers would sometimes be negative, DOH epidemiologists had answers. It could be a number of things. This could be a combination of duplicate cases being deleted, assigned county change, and new cases added, epidemiologist Thomas Trollstrup wrote in a March 24 email to Jones. As we continue to investigate and clean data, situations like this may happen.
Treasure Coast Waters.
Not he, nor any other epidemiologist in the department, was ever allowed to give the explanation directly to the press. Documents and emails show nothing, not even a single case, was to be published publicly without an executive review.
Good morning, Nagardinians.
The problem at DOH was not with the data collected by epidemiologists, but rather in the way information was, or wasn't, communicated to the public, according to the Public Health Accreditation Board's 6-month investigation into a complaint about limited and misleading data about COVID-19 in schools.
Treasure Coast Waters.
Secrecy was a policy. Staffers were told not to put anything about the pandemic response into writing, according to 4 DOH employees who spoke on the condition of anonymity. The rule was also reflected in an email in which IT manager Craig Curry notes his interactions with Jones were all verbal because they are all related to the current pandemic, so I did not put anything in writing.
LOL yo.
Emails and texts reviewed by the Herald show the governor's office worked in coordination with DOH executive leadership to micromanage everything about the department's public response to the pandemic, from information requests from the press to specific wording and color choice on the DOH website and data dashboard. From left, Deputy Secretary for Health Shamariel Roberson, State Senator Janet Cruz, Surgeon General Dr. Scott Rivkees, Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez, and Governor Ron DeSantis look on while Andrew Cannons, Laboratory Director at the Bureau of They slow-walked responses to questions on important data points and public records, initially withholding information and data on deaths and infections at nursing homes, state prisons, and schools, forcing media organizations to file or threaten lawsuits. Important information that had previously been made public was redacted from medical examiner accounts of COVID-19 fatalities. At one point, the state mischaracterized the extent of Florida's testing backlog by over 50%, skewing the information about how many people were getting sick each day by excluding data from private labs, a fact that was only disclosed in response to questions from the press. Emails show that amid questions about early community spread, data on Florida's earliest potential cases, which dated back to late December 2019, were hidden from the public by changing date range of data that was available on the dashboard. DOH staffers interviewed by the Herald described a hyper-politicized communications department that often seemed to be trying to match the narrative coming from Washington.
Chris Redpick.
For instance, emails obtained from other sources show the DOH Communications Department removed pages of information promoting mask wearing from the website. That was on September 24th, around the same time the DOH Twitter account stopped posting anything at all about the disease as the re-election campaign of Donald Trump, a staunch DeSantis ally, sought to downplay the pandemic. The Sun-Sentinel first reported on the Twitter blackout.
What are you eating? Josh, wake up.
There was little patience for dissent, or even mistakes in the department. After complaining about the state of affairs, one DOH employee texted a friend that a manager had warned, "I need to watch myself." Lead DOH spokesman Alberto Moscoso was pushed out by the governor's staff because DeSantis aides were unhappy with some tweets or press releases, according to Moskowitz, who was informed after the Division of Emergency Management Communications Director was tapped to replace him. Publicly, it was announced as an amicable resignation. Moscoso did not respond to a request for comment. Rebecca Jones and Jared Moskowitz have engaged in private Twitter conversations for almost a year, some of which are pictured in the screenshots above. Executive leadership would often come directly to Jones, something that infuriated her bosses who repeatedly asked Jones to communicate only through them, emails show. Jones said she didn't have much of a choice. The chief of staff took a call straight from the governor while sitting next to me, and he told her to change something, and I didn't think I had the authority to say, "No, I need to check first with my team," Jones explained in a March 21, 2020, email to AP's department head.
Chris Redpick.
At the time, Jones wasn't bothered by the involvement of higher-ups, which emails show involved website color choices or other benign tweaks to presentation. She knew that when cases disappeared from the dashboard, it wasn't because of pressure from the governor's staff, but the result of sloppy code, written quickly to configure data and populate maps she built in just a few days. But no one else knew that.
Josh, are you still a vegan?
Every time something goes wrong, there's 50 news article, sick, about how the team behind the governor's dashboard is hiding or conspiring somehow, Jones wrote to a colleague on April 23, 2020.
Josh G.
One tiny change in the way the epidemiologists would give her the data, even capitalizing something that had previously been lowercase, could cause a cascade of errors, a temporary failure to update, and a barrage of demoralizing emails calling Jones, who was listed as the dashboard's administrator, a moron, loser, and puppet.
Chat girl being weird, so I'm waiting patiently. Chris LOL. WTF are you on about?
Disturbing how this society is losing all pretense of civility in favor of absurd conspiracy, Stephen Drake, a GIS manager in Hillsborough County DOH, replied to Jones in an email on April 24, 2020. "Hang in there," he wrote. "The pendulum will swing the other way eventually, I hope." Reopening. That same Friday afternoon, Karina Blackmore, director of DOH's Division of Disease Control, gave Jones an urgent assignment, according to the epidemiologist's sworn statement in the whistleblower case. Her mission, according to Blackmore, to develop new data for a reopening plan by the end of the weekend. A flurry of internal emails from April 24th and April 25th, 2020, shows Jones and the small AP team worked around the clock to interpret and apply White House guidance and prepare a public scorecard that measured each county's readiness based on 2-week downward trends in positivity rates, new cases, and number of patients admitted to emergency rooms with flu-like and COVID-like illnesses. It was tricky, and there was no single right answer. Florida's ER surveillance data were not that great as an indicator because of ample evidence that people are avoiding emergency departments for many health problems, including mild COVID-19 illness, Blackmore, director of disease control, and another epidemiologist agreed in an email exchange. And it was going to be difficult to hit a 10% target for positivity, Blackmore wrote in an email to the group. We don't have enough testing going on in some of our counties, she worried. But near constant emails with comments like time is of the essence propelled the team forward, and by Saturday they had developed a basic concept to present to leadership for rapid approval, a readiness map, maybe with coloring by number of criteria met in each county, and pop-up boxes showing which criteria were and were not met. Blackmore expected a green light to launch very quickly. They didn't get it. In a move Jones later called weird, Blackmore sent her, rather than an epidemiologist, to the Emergency Operations Center on Sunday morning to finalize the page with the Deputy Health Secretary and the DOH Chief of Staff, according to Blackmore's affidavit. Jones said Roberson, the Deputy Secretary, took one look at the results, which showed few counties ready to reopen, and shook her head and repeated no no no. Our scorecard basically says open all major population centers and keep rural places closed, which isn't jiving here, Jones emailed Blackmore, Director of Disease Control, and the rest of the team who waited at the DOH offices. Blackmore suggested that maybe rural counties should be held to a different standard because data don't always give an accurate picture of risk. If people naturally socially distance most of the time, the risk is much less. In the email, she asked Jones to think about how to depict that. Jones stayed at the Emergency Operations Center all day working on various ways to tweak the calculations. Roberson obviously wanted a way to justify reopening some counties, whether the data justified reopening or not, Jones later wrote in her complaint. At one point, Jones claimed Roberson grew frustrated when Jones didn't change numbers. She claimed the Deputy Health Secretary then said, I once had a data person who said to me, you tell me what you want the numbers to be, and I'll make it happen, leaving Jones so uncomfortable she messaged her mother and sister that she wanted to quit her job. They want me to put misleading data up to support that dumb F********* plan to reopen, she wrote to them that day. And more people are gonna die because of this, and that's not what I agreed to.
Wow.
In response to Jones' allegations in the complaint that misleading data, or perhaps no data at all, were being used to justify the governor's desired policy, Roberson responded in a sworn statement, the Florida Department of Health does not have the authority to reopen or close counties, and reiterated her position that it wasn't the health department's job to make recommendations to the governor on reopening either. Emails and messages sent by Rebecca Jones on April 26, 2020, the day she presented the reopening scorecards to DOH leadership. In her whistleblower complaint, Jones alleged she was fired for her opposition and resistance to instructions to falsify data in a government website. Roberson and Blackmore, the first and second in the chain of command over Jones while she was in AP, denied this claim in sworn statements. DOH did not include a statement from Courtney Coppola, the Chief of Staff, according to an August 17 exhibit list filed with the DOH's position statement. Still, emails in Jones' inbox from the time leave little doubt that as DeSantis promoted reopening, Jones went from rising star, whose work had been celebrated by the White House, to a problem big enough that Moskowitz, the DEM director, said he heard rumblings about it in the governor's office. On April 29, 2020, Jones and her colleagues were having a party to celebrate the 100 million views on the dashboard while her bosses wrote emails to congratulate her for the great achievement. A week later, Jones had been removed from all COVID-related job duties. The Health Metrics tab eventually launched on the dashboard later that week bore little resemblance to the initial idea put forth by Blackmore. Instead of scoring readiness, the page simply provided charts made with limited weekly surveillance data provided to Jones that the fine print attributed to the White House criteria. Hiding data. The official reason for Jones' dismissal began with an email from a Herald reporter on May 4, 2020. Reporters were inquiring about something they'd seen in DOH's published data, a variable that showed illnesses dating back into late December 2019 and evidence of community spread potentially months earlier than previously reported. Internal DOH emails show the Herald's questions sparked a game of hot potato. The question was referred from the communications director to Blackmore, the director of disease control, who emailed that it should be answered by someone high level. It then bounced around the AP team and when no one wanted to answer, landed directly in Jones' lap. This whole site needs to come down, DOH epidemiologist Scott Pritchard wrote in an email to Blackmore about the COVID Open Data Hub, where the Herald had gotten the caseline file of de-identified individual cases containing limited demographic information as well as dates associated with each case. Blackmore said in her statement that, when she gave the order, "Take it down." This is the wrong call, Jones wrote in an email to her IT supervisor, Curry, before doing as she was told. Although the DOH position statement states the data were removed only temporarily for a quality assurance check, emails show Blackmore considered republishing the caseline data only after realizing that the removal of the public data caused the case numbers to disappear from the DOH website.
They have all the
Even
emails.
then, she didn't want the information public, she said in a May 5 email. "I had great concerns these could be used to violate patients' privacy," Blackmore said in her statement in the whistleblower case. "I also had great concerns about external users manipulating Florida data without guidance on the strengths and limitations of these data." The data was restored May 5, but without the variable that the Herald had asked about. Eventually, that was fully restored May 6 and remains available through the DOH dashboard. The day after requiring Jones to take down data, management made the decision to remove the dashboard from Jones' stewardship.
Chris Redpick.
Jones did not ask for nor receive permission to share any caseline level data, Blackmore explained in her statement, despite frequent emails from Jones discussing the published data with Blackmore and others copied, the most recent dated 3 days before she was accused of publishing unauthorized data.
I'm getting up off my ass and going to Walmart to buy some frozen turkey for Thanksgiving. Take care.
Our data now appears and is exportable in the hub and is again accessible through API, Jones announced in the May 1, 2020, email after a series of glitches had knocked it temporarily offline. "Thanks a lot," Blackmore responded. A previous email to the same list showed Jones had attached a caseline data file as well. The dashboard crashed on May 7, 2020, the first day Jones wasn't involved, rendering DOH COVID-19 data unavailable to Floridians for days. Relying on DOH HR documents, the National Review reported Jones broke the setup by moving files the previous evening without telling a single person what she was doing. But emails show Jones wrote to Curry, the IT manager, and the new data team on May 6, telling them that she had transferred the files and they may have to go and check line by line to make sure all the connections are valid before running the update. The dashboard was broken by staff who didn't trust the GIS manager and tried to move files to limit Rebecca's access. This caused links to break and the dashboard to crash, according to Blackmore's whistleblower case affidavit. Jones helped them fix it, Blackmore wrote. A view of the DOH COVID-19 dashboard as it was being built.
Wow.
Jones said she threatened to quit her role as GIS manager outright after being removed from the dashboard, but Curry talked her out of it. "You are a very bright, talented employee that I am lucky to have," he texted her. Meanwhile, at the request of Blackmore and Roberson, Curry began a formal disciplinary process with Human Resources that would eventually lead to Jones' termination, according to HR records. In a statement filed in response to Jones' whistleblower complaint, Curry listed 3 reasons: the confusion around the caseline data, which he said he did not think was intentional, along with 2 other instances where he said he had verbally reprimanded Jones for publishing a blog post analyzing COVID data and commenting on Facebook about data used on the dashboard. Communications, he said, should have been run by leadership first.
Yeah,
By
so
that
you could
time,
subvert
Jones'
it.
concerns had grown, and she said she began fearing retaliation.
Right.
But when she went to Curry, he said in his statement he cautioned her to consider her family and future job prospects before filing a whistleblower complaint.
That's a freaking threat.
3 days later, Jones was offered an ultimatum:
consider
get
your
fired
family
or take
before
a settlement agreement
you
that
know,
allowed her
let
to
everyone know
resign
that
in
we're
exchange for
crooks.
waiving her rights to file a claim
Like
against
a
the
freaking
department.
gangster says that.
In its August 17th position statement,
Wow.
DOH denied that Jones claims that she was fired preemptively before she had a chance to file. She was fired when it became evident, based on feedback from dashboard users responding to the new management team, that Rebecca had extensive, unauthorized communication with dashboard users, including reporters, about the data on the
This
dashboard.
woman, Rebecca,
and the
follows
caseline
me on
data,
Twitter, guys.
Blackmore's statement said. Becoming a whistleblower. Jones describes her decision to go to the media as less of a plan and more of an accident. It began with a Friday afternoon email, subject line, "Final notice," fired off to the list of public data users, including journalists, announcing she had been removed from the dashboard. I would not expect the new team to continue the same level of accessibility and transparency that I made central to the process during the first 2 months. After all, my commitment to both is largely, arguably entirely, the reason I am no longer managing it, she wrote. To the extent she thought about her actions at all, Jones said she saw it as an effort at transparency about why the dashboard crashed and why she was no longer going to be involved in the project. Tired and angry, she said she hit send without ever thinking about the reactions of reporters. Jones instantly regretted hitting send and quickly told her boss it was a mistake, DOH HR records show. She told the Herald she freaked out when she started getting emails from reporters who took her message like it was a warning shot or something.
A warning shot.
When I think of warning shot, I think it means don't trust the data in any capacity, but it wasn't that, Jones explained. She said she had concerns about some data definitions that limited the scope of what was being measured and didn't condone deleting or hiding published data. But mostly, she said, they made policy decisions that were completely departed from all of the data. Jones was still considering the department's offer to let her resign rather than be fired in exchange for waiving her rights to file a claim against the department. Then DeSantis slammed her by name at a press conference while standing next to then Vice President Mike Pence. She said that was the moment Jones, who as a kid went out for football just because they told her girls weren't allowed, decided to embrace her new identity, the DOH whistleblower. As Vice President Mike Pence watched, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis launched a tirade against former Health Department data manager Rebecca Jones. Chris O'Mara, AP.
He's such a fascist.
Everything happened so abruptly back in May 2020, Jones told the Herald. I was thrown into a dog pit and felt like everyone was pulling me in a different direction, whether it was DeSantis defaming me or MSNBC host Rachel Maddow using me to attack DeSantis. I had no control. Controversies around Jones quickly overshadowed her reason for coming forward in the first place. Reporters dug up an old misdemeanor arrest from LSU, never convicted, and records on ongoing court proceedings involving her volatile affair with a Florida State University student she had once taught.
Ooh.
He made a criminal complaint against Jones for cyberstalking after she published a memoir about their relationship online in which she divulged private messages between the two and accused him of rape.
Damn.
Some pointed to the $500,000 she raised on GoFundMe, more than 10 times her previous salary, to pay her bills after she was fired for refusing to manipulate COVID-19 data for the Florida plan to prematurely reopen the state as evidence of grift. DeSantis stoked the feud, hiring Christina Pushaw to his communications team following a piece she wrote in the conservative publication Human Events that called Jones' story a big lie. Other conservative news media have savaged Jones while praising DeSantis, currently polling near the top of GOP presidential contenders, for his handling of the pandemic, which has left 37,000 Floridians dead. The governor's reopening plan is being lionized in an exclusive documentary produced by the Epoch Times, a right-wing outlet published by the Falun Gong religious movement, titled DeSantis, Florida versus Lockdowns. In recent months, Jones has described feeling increasingly isolated. "Welcome to the ranks of whistleblowers," reads a tiny note, framed on her mostly bare bedroom wall, signed Love, Dan. It is from Daniel Ellsberg, the analyst who leaked Pentagon papers exposing White House lies about the Vietnam War, who reached out with support and advice after hearing Jones' story. He said he knew what she was going through. "They'll call you crazy. Flaky. Off the wall," Ellsberg said. "They'll treat you like a leper lest their own fidelity with the secrecy system come into question." But if lives are on the line, Ellsberg told Jones it is worth it. Jones, he said, is one of his heroes. "We're talking about exposing false information or hiding information that challenged a very major policy that the governor was deceptively following," he said in an interview. "That sounds to me like she did exactly what she should have done."
Exactly. Now, that was a crazy article, and I know all of you that were sitting there listening through all of that, you're like, probably like, oh my God, this thing's taking forever and whatever. But those of you that were listening to it, you got to hear Rebecca Jones' story about what happened. And this was done by an investigative reporter by the Miami Herald. So Sarah Blasky is the reporter. There's her phone number there. And she's got a master's degree from Columbia. So some serious reporting there. And if you go through the article, there's a lot of photographs of the people involved and the emails that were sent, all kinds of things. I'll give you guys a link to the article in the chat for those of you who want to go see that yourselves. There's a link, and I'll go retweet that. So now you're wondering, so those of you who sat through that, you're like, okay, so now we know the whole story. So what's the point? Well, the point is this. Now they've gone after her kid. Now they've taken her kid away from her. So she's tweeting about this. February. I analyzed the following excess deaths in Florida in the years of COVID, confirming your hypothesis. Oh, so another scientist went over Rebecca's data and peer-reviewed her stuff and agrees. Let's see who this guy is. Holy shit, he's got 20,000 followers on Twitter. He's a doctor. Huh. Wow, dude. I wonder if she responded to that. She did. Oh, no, she didn't. Wow. I wonder if he published his review.
You're Favima Suft. Hey, how are ya?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
You're Favima Suft. I'm good, lol, just chilling.
Right on. Here's the video of the police coming into Rebecca's home and taking her stuff. This is from December 7th, 2020. 59 minutes ago. Last night they arrested my son for non-threatening Snapchat memes. The officer said it was the state's call. That corrupt fascist pig is about to find out that the runway people gave him to defame and attack me isn't there when you kidnap and charge 13-year-old autistic kids whose parents happen to be your worst nightmare with felony threats of terrorism for sharing Snapchat memes. I've been through this media circus before. I'm not the 30-year-old naive scientist that I was when this all started. I'm going to take every ounce of pain, fear, and I'm feeling right now and saving my son, making sure you never escape what you've done. Rebecca Jones. I've already liked and retweeted this. 59 minutes ago. State of Florida agrees to dismiss case against whistleblower Rebecca Jones. Huh. When was this? 52 minutes ago. Let me see when the date was on this article. Oh, this is the fundraiser. She's got 18,000. Dude, 20,000's her goal. She's almost there. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. So those of you who follow my Twitter, you can get that. I'll put it in the chat too. There's a link to her GoFundMe. Probably not allowed to put links to GoFundMe's in YouTube anymore, right? No more external links, Cyber told me. Did I not save the... I didn't save the... Man, I forgot to click save on my SEO. We've been here all this time, and I never updated the SEO. Ugh. I feel so bad. Wow. Cetros. C19 was already spreading here in LA. Big money starts selling off following Elon's Q. You got more peeps on Rumble than YouTube. Really? How many people are watching on Rumble? I don't have my numbers up. 7 and 11. Yeah, probably. You're right. The numbers are probably higher before, though, right? Unholy Rome retweeted me, man. Hell yeah. Dude, let's talk about this for a second. You know how the left is, how the right is calling trans people groomers? That they're trying to get your kids, and you guys have seen videos of some trans people that said stuff about your kids, and you got all worried that they're trying to get your kids. Well, guess what, man? The Baltimore Catholic clergy, and that's just Baltimore, 156 of them, and others accused of abusing 600 children. The Catholic clergy. So don't give me your groomers or the LGBTQs, okay? Don't give me that. Go look at your own churches. You're welcome. All right, something to think about. A little food for thought. I tweeted that Unholy Rome retweeted that for me. Thank you. Let's see which of you guys retweeted that. Okay, I'm going to follow you, Tamara. I don't know who you are, but thank you. Unholy Rome did. Thank you. None of you guys retweeted that. Huh. Okay. Somebody who puts her pronouns on... Yeah, I don't follow people who do pronouns. Sorry. I don't follow people who put their pronouns. I'll fucking call you you. You know, and I don't need you to tell me what to fucking call you. Before we even have a conversation. It's just rude and presumptuous. Don't be that person. Don't be rude and presumptuous. Wait, what? You're jealous. Jealousy, curiosity is showing. Wait, what? I mean, you're... So there's, you know, the guy that Cyber Reload is talking about that's a representative for Bud Light, and it's like this trans dude that dances around like a girl and it acts obnoxious and shit. Well, this guy, Rami, he saw this on, you know, I guess he got upset about it, decided to repost it and say his answer is if this doesn't look like mentally ill person, I don't know. And then I said to him, your jealous curiosity is showing. And his response to me was, wait, what? That was the best response ever. Oh my God, I love that. I gotta tell my mom about that. So freaking funny. Holy shit. Where's the clip? So this guy that I follow on Twitter is one of the kids put up a video of the new poster boy for Bud Light. You see this? He's trans, so he dances around like a girl, right? And they put him on. He's their new representative. It's a big deal, right? And this guy is completely obnoxious. And yeah, it's the wrong one. If you're gonna choose one, RuPaul or somebody that acted like RuPaul would be great. But no, they got this person who's just flamboyant, right? So a lot of people are upset about this. Kid Rocky's pointing out his beard, you know. So this guy that I follow, he put a video of the guy dancing around, and he's like, if this isn't psychosis, I don't know what is. So you know what I said to him? I said, your jealous curiosity is showing. And you know what he said back to me? You're right. He goes, wait, what? Okay, so I need... What? Alright, I'm looking right now. Yeah, these are good. Sugar-free? Yeah, I wonder if that's any good. I thought caramel was pure sugar. I guess it's... I don't even know. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to decide where I want to take the pill or not. I'm getting started. I'll take it. Be careful, take your time. Okay. All right, I'm back. So I had to explain to my mom what I told that dude. I said, you're the one reposting and watching the video, pal. Be honest with yourself. His response was, I used to like you. He's like, I used to like you, man. I'm fucking with you, dude. I'm not saying that you're into that. I'm insinuating it as a joke. So what the hell is this? This doesn't even have plastic on it. Why is there no plastic on this? It's unwrapped. I'm gonna have the unwrapped one. It's probably been poisoned. Mm. 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 How the hell do you make caramel without sugar? That sugar stuff is awesome. Okay, this is the stuff that doesn't have sugar. Oh, this is the coffee one? Oh, I love these. Come here, you. Mmm. 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 Makes me want to dab, get my dabs now, and dab, do some dabby dabs, and dab, get some dabbers now, do some dabbers. Nay, are you giving us face? Yes, I'm giving you face. Are you giving me face? Talk to the hand, because the face don't want to hear it. I wish Cyber was here right now. He could explain this to me better. We're fucking with OpenAI. Is that different? Is that different from ChatGPT? Are they different companies? The sugar-free is good too, man. These are good. So I was looking for something sweet, to have after a meal, because I used to have a chocolate chip cookie, 3 chocolate chip cookies after every fucking meal. And I'm like, dude, I gotta stop that shit. I gotta get rid of this double chin, and it's starting to go away. Look. Not bad, huh? Not bad. Look at that. So, it's working. But I'm looking for something sweet. I like sweet stuff. My mom found these caramels. Now, those other caramels have sugar in them. So I could have like one of those. See, you got to divide it by 4 because it's 4. 4 is a serving, right? 4 pieces, and that's 130. So you divide that 20, say 20. So it's like 5 grams. Like 5 grams of sugar in one of those. You have one of those, you can have all these that you want. No sugar at all. And I'm telling you, they're hard. The other ones are soft and chewy, which is great, but they last longer. And they're great. They taste like Look, it kind of tastes like liqueur coffee with like a liqueur in it, which is actually really good. Like coffee liqueur. It's the only way I could describe it. When I lived in California, my friends as a present, they gave me a bunch of bottles, chocolate liqueur bottles. And the bottles, they're tinfoil. You open it up, and it's chocolate. And you bite the cap off, bite the top off, it's chocolate. And you can drink the freaking liqueur inside, or you can take a bite out of it, and it's like, there's different ways you can eat them, but they're really fucking good. And I used to fucking meth out on those, bro. They were so good. When back in Cali, bro, back in the day. Back in my Bohemian Grove days, when we studied the owl people and the excessively wealthy, we used to watch them creating various
Druid costumes on.
Costumes.
They worship Moloch, the owl god.
They were worshiping Moloch, the owl god.
But John Ronson and Alex Jones snuck in. And
I snuck in there with my friend. And we went in there on only half of a line of ultra potent super male vitality on that day. And let me tell you, it was all I needed to go into the Bohemian Grove and expose the elites, the global elites, and the Clintonites for exactly what it is that what they do.
This is in like the 90s.
Set us free! You shall burn me once again!
And Nixon went there, and Reagan went there. Yeah, Bohemian Grove. You don't know what it is?
Nixon and
Bohemian Grove is a famous place where rich world leaders would meet in Northern California, and they literally worship.
Let me tell you, trending name from Nate's Garden. He used to live on the Bohemian Grove in Northern California. You might not have known this, but he was over there, and he was with the elites, and he was definitely snorting only half a line of ultra potent super male vitality because the water filtration is so ultra good. The water filter's so good.
Moloch, the owl god. Bohemian Grove is this place in California.
I love that. This is trending right now. All male retreat. Damn, dude. Okay, I just went down a rabbit hole and I will never get that time of my life back. My God. I fell for my own garbage. My own garbage. anything going on. How long have we been sitting here? I can't believe we've been here for 4 hours. I feel like I just sat down with you guys. Is that the weirdest thing? I think I'm addicted to podcasting. Analysis. Ukraine is preparing to strike back against Russia. Okay, let us know how that works out for you. All right, you guys, no law regarding cannabis. Thanks for taking time out of your days and nights to visit this show. And if you could hang around and stay, awesome. Love it. It's great. Hope you guys are having fun. No doubt, dead on correct. Boom. I'm not on twatter. Bread is the worst form of sugar. Folks need to quit bread. It makes you glucose. Bleached flour, then fortified with crap. Yeah, get on Twitter for me, Cetros. You could really help me, man. It's free and it's easy. Come on, man. You can do it. Help me out. Cheers. Just for me. You know when that carb cap goes down, it's on, son. That chamber fills up with smoke. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Is this still the morning show from this morning? What a showman. What do we got on Rumble going on over there? 9? Dude, we've got almost 20 people here. I love you guys. Cetros. Still got my account on like... Oh, Cetros, I got great news for you. You ready? You can go to Gmail and make a new email account, or maybe you already have a second email account. You can go to Twitter and make a second account. I just need people, bro. I just need people to... I need the numbers. If you join me, it would be... You know, like double the amount of people paying me attention over there. You'd be surprised. You go through my tweets and you'll find a lot of tweets that don't even have a single like, a single retweet. Long story like that. Get out of here. That's hilarious. He's got a story. Somebody misrepresented their gender to him, I believe. Travis Tritt, the country singer. I will be deleting all Anheuser-Busch products from my tour hospitality rider. I know many other artists who are doing the same. What a fucking piece of shit, dude. You deserve your downfall. You know, it's like... BlackRock headquarters was taken over in France by protesters. If I die in a school shooting, leave my body on the steps of Congress. What's the average United States bank security consist of, I wonder? How many banks are in America, and how many schools compared to how many schools? You know? I bet there's more banks than schools. You guys think? The number of individual bank branches in each state, 72,166 commercial bank branches, FDIC insured commercial bank branches. Many have hundreds of branches. This includes the branches, 72,166. So you got 72,000 banks. There's 128,000 schools. So there are more schools than banks, according to this search. Most of those are pre-kindergarten, elementary, and middle schools. That's 88,000. Okay, so I don't know how that's possible. When I drive around and I see all the banks, I mean, I see schools, but I see more banks than schools. What about you guys? Isn't that weird? Well, if it's 72,000 banks, it's less than twice as much schools. But anyway, my point is this. What's the average bank security consist of? Everyday security features like no. They're not talking about that. It's the wrong question to ask. Wells Fargo is the safest bank in America. Whatever, dude. Fuck you. Anyway, if you can afford to secure your money in these 72,000 banks, surely you can afford to secure your children in these 128,000 schools. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So, you're not going to take my fucking guns away. You're not going to take anybody's guns away. You're going to have to deal with, this problem. And we're telling you how. And my question is, why aren't you doing the bare minimum? Why don't you do the fucking bare minimum? And that's not background checks. That's not the bare minimum. The bare minimum is putting some fucking security guards at the schools. That's just the obvious thing to do. And make sure there's security guards that are going to fucking do their job too, you know? Not go hide in the fucking corner when fucking somebody bad shows up with a gun. I mean, I'd set it up. You know, it's cost some money, but I'd set it up. Every goddamn security guard's going to have an AR-15 and a sidearm. And they have to have those weapons on them at all times. You know? And let me write the fucking bill. I'll save your kids' lives. And I don't even give a fuck about them. You know? I'm just telling you how to fucking solve the problem. The ones that say they give a fuck about your kids, they don't do anything for you, do they? Isn't that funny? Huh. It's weird. It's almost like I do give a fuck about your kids. Almost. $20 of you watching because you're crazy hardcore viewers of Nate's Garden, and I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Where are you guys? I don't see you. I'm confused. Am I looking at the wrong page? I think I am. This is the wrong page. This is the wrong page. That's that Chat GPT shit. What? That shit's crazy. That shit's crazy. You. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We'll get rid of that. That's the Chat GPT page. That's cool. We can leave that up for now. We might want to ask Chat GPT some more questions. Not Chat GPT, OpenAI. That's what we're talking to. OpenAI. We're going to add Rebecca Jones to our show stories here. That was crazy, right? You guys learned something about that, didn't you? Yeah. And now they've abducted her child. Now, Ron DeSantis, I don't know if you guys give a fuck about that. I'm telling you guys, you don't seem to care in the chat at all. But I'll say it again. We'll see if we get a response from you guys. Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, has abducted a 13-year-old child from Rebecca Jones for telling the truth about Ron DeSantis in the state of Florida and Dr. Lobotomy mishandling the COVID numbers. But, you know, you could tell me in the chat if, you know, you think that that's something that should be addressed. You guys let me know in the chat there. I like to interact with you guys. Let's hope you like to interact with me. Oh, there we go. There it is. 11 watching, it says. I got this. Okay, okay. Cetrus. There is more churches than schools by far. Google it. There's more churches than schools. Yeah, but churches don't have... Churches have guns? Oh, I don't know. Do most churches have armed security? I didn't know that. DeSantis is making Florida an open carry state. I believe that it's a concealed carry. Oh, yeah, here we go. Permitless gun carry, right? Yeah, misplaced wording. Still early. Haven't taken a snapper yet. Oh, okay, so you understand it's not open carry. Yeah, it's concealed carry. Floridians will be able to carry concealed weapons without training or a permit. Which takes effect July 1st. There you go. So we'll see if the crime rate goes up or down on July 1st. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an effect right now. In other words, I have a feeling that some people might think that there's a lot of more people walking around with guns right now and there might be less crime. Because they don't understand the law. They heard he signed it, but they don't know, like we just looked it up when it goes into effect. So they're just going to assume the law is already passed. And all he had to do was sign it. Those people might behave themselves a little more. That's what we need to find out. And Florida's going to be an experiment about that, for me at least. There's plenty of other states out there that have open carry, that have concealed carry laws and whatever. And I would love to see a very accurate study regarding all states and crime rates and the areas where crime is worst and the carrying of guns is highest. You know, to see if that they are again the opposite. Okay, that was the sound of my crypto thing. It makes this new, it's got new noises. It's new, man. This is all new shit. It's weird. Anyway, we still have ChatGPT up here on screen. We could ask ChatGPT more stuff. I've got questions, you know. It was kind of weird seeing some of the things that it couldn't answer. You know, that's... Unholy liked my reply, dude. When I gave him that smile and it was one of those crazy faces, I was like, here's a smile to cheer you up. He liked it. I'm hoping he's feeling better now. I don't follow Katie Halper. I don't know why not. She's nice. Carter, how did Carter kill millions of people? I don't even understand the point of that meme. Was how many people died under the Carter administration? Were we at war during Jimmy Carter? I guess I should Google that, huh? How would you ask Google that? How many people died in foreign wars? How much war was America involved in during the Carter administration? What was America at war during
Josh G.
the
Just
Carter?
ask ChatGPT, LOL.
Upon taking office, Carter reoriented U.S. foreign policy towards a new emphasis on human rights, democratic values, nuclear non-proliferation. Do you see this? That's interesting. I wonder if that's true.
Billy Bong Thornton. ChatGPT thinks she's so smart, LOL.
We found that out already. Well, this isn't ChatGPT, is it? This is called OpenAI. Is that different? Are they two different things? Or is it the same thing? We never watched the rest of Our Rich People Okay. But, you know, we heard about how they affect politics. Yeah, and then he talks about how they all want to send themselves to the moon and shit.
Josh G. Same. GPT-4 is more advanced and cost money from OpenAI. OpenAI is the host.
Oh, cool. So I'm cool with OpenAI. Okay, cool. Because we got it, as long as we got it working, you know. Man, Rome puts up a tweet and 17 likes in 1 minute. 95 views in 1 minute. And it just disappeared from my feed.
Josh G. Play with the Dolly tab. It can make up to 15 free AI images a month, I believe, before you have to pay. Kinda fun.
He's like a fucking genius, man. Grandma's like a fucking genius, folks. Don't question it. I can't believe the lack of support You know, we need to see people out in the streets protesting fascism. And either the news isn't covering it or the people just aren't going out. But whatever it is, we're in a lot of trouble, man. France is doing it.
Try to apply it to our
Billy
political
Bong
guy.
Thornton. Can you ask the AI if Elon will make it to Mars? Ha. Ha.
That is something that can break the rule of law in this country. That is something, I mean, if anything, is the first proverbial shot at Fort Sumter today. That shot was fired not by Donald Trump, but by Ron DeSantis.
Meritocracy. People are chosen and rewarded based on their talent. Meritocracy. So you guys heard that the inner core of the Earth stopped spinning? Man, debunk the funk with Dr. Wilson. Vaccination is better than natural immunity. I'd love to watch that with you guys.
Hey, I'm Dr. Wilson. I'm a PhD molecular biologist, and welcome to another COVID debunking video.
He's a PhD molecular biologist, and what's John Campbell? Oh yeah, he teaches nurses how to wrap wounds up. Oh, okay. Excellent. Who are you going to listen to?
This week, I'm back to looking at Dr. John Campbell. John Campbell is a very popular YouTube channel that claims to offer objective scientific information, but really he's just fumbling through literature and saying what anti-vaxxers want to hear. Yeah, he kind of took a turn towards doing that when he started talking about ivermectin, and that pulled in buku views and bucks for his channel.
This is what a scientist looks like.
And I didn't really want to make another video about John Campbell, but recently he's been consistently making egregiously bad and harmful claims in regards to natural immunity against COVID and Omicron. So here we are talking about him again, and the topic is natural immunity. So when it comes to this topic, there are two major questions to consider. Is vaccination better at natural immunity than preventing severe outcomes of COVID like hospitalization, ICU admission, and death? And if someone has recovered from COVID, do they gain significant benefits from getting vaccinated? And just a quick aside, by vaccination in this context, I mean 3 doses, because we now know that mRNA vaccines are at least a 3-dose course when it comes to COVID. So in John Campbell's most recent video on natural immunity, does he actually address those questions with the data that he tries to review in the video? Let's find out.
Now, it's getting a bit scientifically embarrassing, the extent to which authorities are not talking about natural immunity. And in this video...
Now, this is going to be the disinformation part, and I'm not going to be able to play it for you, because this man is a freaking liar. And I don't want to play a liar, so here. We got to skip the lie and keep going.
Reasonable policy if it was shown that infection confers an equal protection against severe disease and death than vaccination. But as I'll explain in this video, it doesn't, so this is not a good policy to have. And there's the other aspect to consider, that if the policy allowed for people with history of infection to not get vaccinated, that might encourage people to go out and purposely get infected. Seriously, there are enough anti-vaxxers out there,
right? Like Jimmy Dore does,
that this would happen. Not a good policy, okay?
So if we had gone for natural immunity...
All right, so now once again we got to skip over this because he's going to be lying once again. And we have to go past his lies. He's a fucking liar.
Policy as well.
So for one shining moment in this video, John Campbell says something reasonable. Then he includes a but. And there's got to be a but, because he's got to say what those anti-vaxxers want to hear, doesn't he? Anyway, he muses on for a little while about how you can't consider something better just because it's natural, but you also can't consider something better because it's synthetic, and that he's going to show you data to show one way or the other. But he doesn't do a great job of that, so let's continue.
It cannot be deemed necessary
All right,
to...
so let's pause it here and go past the lying again, because he's a fucking liar.
...was there, do read it.
Well, no, the British Medical Journal is a journal. It does not take a stance on scientific issues one way or another. This is just an article that was published in the British Medical Journal. You can't say the journal agrees with it, John. It's not how it works.
So, rationale for...
All right, and now we're going to pause again because the fucking liar is speaking, and we're going to go past his bullshit because he's a fucking liar.
You can't just look at cases and say that vaccines aren't working. Vaccines absolutely reduce your chances of spreading SARS-CoV-2 to other individuals, but it is not 100%. So when countries remove all restrictions against COVID all at once, human behavior changes, then cases are going to go up. When it comes to reducing transmission of something as contagious as SARS-CoV-2, then you need multiple implementations in place to have meaningful reductions in those cases. It's similar to how with cars we don't stop at seatbelts. We also have airbags and mandatory inspections and automatic braking, so on and so forth. I've talked about the data several times before on this channel, but there are several experiments that directly show that vaccinated individuals are less likely to transmit SARS-CoV-2 than unvaccinated people. They do reduce it. Those links will be in the description, John. I hope you read them.
All of the included studies
All right,
found that...
once again, the liar's fucking telling lies, so he's circling and dotting and circling because he's a freaking liar.
Okay, so this review article published in the BMJ is what John Campbell focuses on for his entire video, and he claims that it is thorough, but it is not. It is lacking some key papers published on this topic, papers that were published long before it was even written. So the fact that he's claiming that it's thorough either shows that he's not up on the literature, or he just doesn't care and was really sloppy and lazy in this video, which I'll let you decide which is true in this case. So what does John choose to highlight in this paper, and why does it not reflect the literature? Let's start to answer those questions.
Vaccinations recover people.
All right, whatever. Fucking dumbass.
Those who got vaccinated had a much wider breadth of memory B cells and memory T cells able to fight a much wider array of SARS-CoV-2 variants, which in a world where SARS-CoV-2 variants are still coming out because most of the world is still dealing with cases, that's pretty important. But John doesn't seem to mention any of that literature here, which is a huge miss.
For example, Omicron in adults
Once
age 6.
again, we have to pause because the fucking idiot is speaking.
This video, John is referring to data regarding mild infection. And like I said at the beginning of this video, that is far from the most important thing to focus on here. What we really care about is preventing those severe outcomes of COVID: death, hospitalization, ICU admission. That is the whole point of vaccination, and it's thus what we should compare if we want to compare immunity following infection against immunity following vaccination. Now, this review does have one paper comparing hospitalization rates of recovered individuals against vaccinated individuals. And in this case, vaccination in that study meant 2 doses, because that study is rather old at this point. It does not look at 3 doses versus infection. But here's what John had to say about that.
But this is the important...
No, we can't hear what John has to say about it because he fucking lies. If he didn't lie, we'd be able to listen to him.
What anti-vaxxers want to hear. If you actually look at this paper, it's comparing 2 doses of mRNA vaccine against natural infection in protection against hospitalization for Omicron. Now, when Omicron came along, a lot changed. That is what showed us that 3 doses of mRNA vaccine is really what you need in order to deal with all the variants that were emerged at that time. In papers that are not captured in this review or in John's video, this is shown pretty clearly, that rates of hospitalization and severe outcome are drastically reduced with either 3 doses or a boost after recovery.
How's it going, buddy? So as you guys can see, this guy is just point for point. He debunks this Campbell guy. And of course, Jimmy Dore will never have him or someone like him on his show to show that he's been lying to his audience all along.
Andrew, hey.
You guys should check him out.
It's going good.
Here's a link to that video. Debunk the Funk with Dr. Wilson. There it is, guys. Good, man. All right, I hope you guys enjoyed the 4-hour and 24-minute video. I will see you guys later, okay? Y'all take care. Peace out, everybody. Thanks for watching. And I'm at Nate's Garden on Twitter. That's where you can find me. So come to Twitter. When I'm not here, I'm on Twitter, man. So come to Twitter. All right, I'll be there. Come retweet me and like my tweets and leave comments and stuff and interact with me over there. All right, thanks. Oh, there it is. At Nate's Garden on Twitter. Download it. It's free. You got locked out of your account, just get a new email address. Make a new account. Cool. All right.